Good afternoon and welcome to the English E. Jones Center on the campus of UNC Pembroke. Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court is the site of our action today. It's the conference home opener for the Braves as they take on the Lander Bearcats. With Cody Parker, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. It's UNCP women's basketball first, and then following that, the UNCP men's basketball game. But first things first, let's talk about the women's game. Cody, the Braves coming in with a 3-2 record. This is, of course, their Peach Belt Conference opener, and Lander 4-2. It's the conference opener for them as well. What have you seen so far this season from the Braves women's basketball team?
Well, to have this first conference game at home, I think is pretty key because the only two losses that the Braves have had so far this season have been away. So having this game at home should be a strong advantage for them, basing it off what we've seen so far in the season. Yeah,
the Braves win so far this year against Fayetteville State, Coker, and Mount Olive, all of those coming at home for the Braves. On the road, those losses came to Livingstone, and then most recently on Tuesday against Wingate by a 79-61 final score. This team does seem to play so much better at home. They take better care of the ball, they rebound better, and that was exemplified in that game on Tuesday where Wingate had a +9 rebound advantage.
Yeah, another thing this team has really going for them, they have a lot of depth. Almost every game you see them playing 10, 11, or even 12 players. And just as we get early in the season, it's probably not as much of an advantage, but as we progress throughout the season, especially in conference play, that'll help. They'll be able to keep fresh legs, be fast. So look for that to be an advantage, not only in this game, but heading forward through the conference schedule for the Lady Braves.
It's an excellent point. One of John Haskins, the head coach of the Braves, who's in his 12th season, one of his points of pride in this team is that he doesn't really have a starting 5. He says he has a starting 9 or 10. There are so many different players on this team who can be in the starting lineup, and it's often it's a matchup thing, it's a feel thing. You'll see players be out there and they'll start the game and only play a dozen minutes or so. And most recently, the player who's been coming off the bench has been their leading scorer. That's number 13, Jasmine Huntley.
Yeah, just her and Chandrika Full are the main ball handlers for the team. And but Huntley just has so much speed. She can cut to the basket just in the snap of a finger. She's so fast. And yeah, she was the leading scorer in the last game against Wingate. She had 15 coming off the bench, as you said, in 27 minutes. But her and Fuller will definitely be the main ball handlers for the Lady Braves today.
That'll be important as Lander's a team that does like to press. Lander, a very good team in the Peach Belt Conference. They finished 16-3 in conference last year. They're picked to finish second out of 14 in the Peach Belt Conference this year. They went 23-7 a year ago, played UNCP twice, beat them by 20 or more both times, and ended up making the first round of the NCAA tournament. For the Braves, it was an up-and-down season last year. They finished 10-16 with an 8-11 mark in the Peach Belt Conference, but that's totally not indicative of the way they were playing coming down the stretch. They started 1-8 and then finished 9-8. Really a tale of kind of two halves of the season for the Braves.
Yeah, touching on something we just talked about, Chandrika Fuller. She was out for most of the first of last year, and about midway through the season, sometime in early January, I believe it was, she started getting back healthy and getting incorporated into the lineup, and just having that extra ball handler was big for them down the stretch. And something Coach Haskins himself has talked about is even in the games that they lost, a lot of them were close. They were very competitive games, and they just didn't go their way. So they were competitive, even though the record may not speak so much to that.
That'll be one of the things to watch today is how close can the Braves keep it. But the flip side of that is finishing games, and that's kind of been a problem for the Braves in that game against Livingstone, which they lost their first road game, and they're still looking for their first road win. That was not this past Tuesday, but the Tuesday before. The Braves had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. Suddenly Livingstone pressed. The Braves weren't able to finish that game. Ended up being just a 1-point loss for UNCP, but one that Coach Haskins was definitely frustrated about. The players were obviously frustrated with because it was so close. It was within their reach, and they weren't able to get it. So finishing games is a big thing for this Braves team. But in order to finish games, you have to play the first 3 quarters well and be in a position to finish games. And that's going to be a tall order against a very good Lander team.
Yeah, just the makeup of this team, you hope to see them do better than that, being able to close out games. They have a couple of very streaky shooters on the roster with freshman Avery Locklear and Ebony Stevens. If, streaky shooters, you see what you can get. But if those two can get hot, they'll be able to put away any team. But they just got to really find open looks for them on the outside and work in and out between Janissa Monley and them. And but if they can get those shooters going, that should help a lot. And You know, here early in the season, last game against Wingate, Locklear struggled. But, yeah, if those two can get it going from the outside, that'll help a lot in that respect.
Yeah, talking about Avery Locklear, a freshman guard from Landis, North Carolina, definitely has UNCP ties. Her grandfather's UNCP Hall of Famer, Delton Ray Locklear, class of 1954. Her uncle is Kelvin Sampson, who's also a UNCP Hall of Famer, and the current men's basketball coach at the University of Houston. So basketball definitely runs in the family for Avery Locklear, and she is capable of getting hot and staying hot and really being a problem for the other team in the way that she can space the floor. In the exhibition games, both against D1 teams for the Braves, she led the team in scoring in both games coming off the bench, including in that win against Campbell to open the season for the Braves. Since the regular season started, she's cooled down a little bit, shooting just 22% from behind the arc right now and 27% from the field. Through those exhibition games, she was averaging almost 20 a game. Right now, she's averaging 6.6 points per game in the regular season. And, I don't know what you tell her, this game's not that important. Doesn't really count. Go out there, and shoot like you were shooting. Because the game against Wingate wasn't able to get it going. 1 of 8 from the field, 0 of 7 from behind the arc. But definitely capable of having those games. And for the Braves to have success in the Peach Belt Conference, I think they need to get her going.
Yeah, certainly a big weapon for them. And, the success she had early in the season, I wouldn't look for this slump to last much longer. I expect to see her come out of it. You would certainly hope to, but, yeah, I think this is just a slump she'll get out of as long as they get her some open looks.
It's fun to watch a Lady Braves team get going on offense, because that was something that really didn't happen for them much last year. They averaged just 55.5 points per game last year, which was 12th in the 14-team Peach Belt Conference. But what they did do really well was defend. They were best in the Peach Belt Conference in allowing just 56 points per game. So just in the average points per game, 56.2 versus 55.7, and they finished with a 10-16 record. They were in games. They were close, and they were playing good games. Finishing those games, like we said, kind of the problem. Field goal percentage defense also so good. Opponents shot just 34% from the field against the Braves. They get after it on defense, and for Lander, that's going to be something they really have to contend with.
Yeah, for sure. The defense was really stout last year. I mean, you mentioned they were tops in the Peach Belt, but there were stats like field goal percentage and points per game where they were top 10, 15 in all of Division II. So, but bringing back Fuller full-time now between her and Huntley, a couple weapons on the outside, feeding Monley on the inside. Just from what they've shown so far this season and how they hope to progress, this team should be a much more balanced team than the one we saw last year.
Well, talking really quickly now about that Lander team, they score the ball a ton. They're averaging 84.2 points per game, but there's an asterisk next to that. That includes some real games that weren't close. They're averaging 84 points per game and allowing 64 points per game, so they're winning by an average of 20. But they beat St. Augustine's by 45 and Bruton Parker by 70. Bruton Parker's an NAIA school. Season recap for the Bearcats now for Lander. 4-2 on the season. This is their Peach Belt Conference opener. Their wins include Lincoln Memorial, Erskine, St. Augustine's, and Bruton Parker, and their losses to Carson Newman and their last game, an 80-77 loss against Fayetteville State, playing without one of their best players, Tyhensha Reynolds, in a game that Lander lost, and the Braves ended up beating Fayetteville State. So that could give the Braves some confidence. The starting lineup for Lander will look like this. They'll have Bree Crum, Ashley Zandy, number 11, Mylea McKenneth, number 22, Jada Wallace, and number 35, Brashay Johnson. So it looks like, once again, Tyhensha Reynolds, all Peach Belt Conference performer, will not be in the starting lineup today for the Bearcats. We'll see if she's ready to go. Both teams getting ready to huddle up and get ready for the national anthem. We will step aside as well. It's national anthem time in Pembroke, North Carolina. A busy day scheduled on Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. A women's game, a men's game, all kinds of ceremonies, Make-A-Wish game, Lumbee Guaranty Bank ribbon-cutting ceremony. We'll get to all of that over the course of the broadcast. We're so happy you're here with us. UNCP Braves basketball Peach Belt Conference opener taking on Lander. Women's game, starting lineups, and the opening tip-off coming up next.
You like Miguel?
Maybe.
He has nice eyes.
He does.
And a nice smile.
Yes.
But he doesn't have
What?
a driver's license.
Oh.
Of course, Jose is also nice.
Yes.
And he's very smart.
If you turn 18 and don't register with the Selective Service System, you can't get a license in most states. Register today at sss.gov on your computer or smartphone. It's quick. It's easy. It's the law.
19. Well, look at Mr. Push-Ups. What are we getting in shape for?
Selective service. 20.
Come again?
Selective service. You know, it's the law. We have to register when we turn 18.
Dude, no push-ups. You only need your mobile phone. You just have to register. There's no fitness.
Really?
No, you're not joining the military. It's just a database. So, video games have trained your fingers enough. Just go to sss.gov and get registered. That easy? sss.gov.
Woohoo! All right.
What is it?
I got into state.
Yes. What's the other letter?
Oh, no.
If you're a young man and fail to register with Selective Service within 30 days of your 18th birthday, you will not be eligible for financial aid.
No.
To register, visit sss.gov on your computer or smartphone. It's quick, it's easy, and it's the law.
This is 88.1 WWSJ-FM East Fayetteville and 95.3 W237BQ FM Fairmont Pembroke, the new home of the UNC Pembroke Braves.
Welcome back to Lumbee Guaranty UNC Pembroke women's basketball as they take on the Lander Bearcats in the Peach Belt Conference opener for both teams. With Cody Parker, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks again for joining us. As Cody, let's introduce you to the starting lineups for both teams, starting with the visiting Lander Bearcats. Senior guard, 5'5", out of Tampa, Florida, Bree Crum will be in the backcourt with another senior, Ashley Zandy, out of Gold Coast, Australia. She stands at 5'10" and wears number 10. Sophomore guard out of Durham, North Carolina, 5'6", number 11, Mylea McKenneth. And in the front court, 5'8", sophomore forward from Spartanburg, South Carolina, number 22, Jada Wallace. And then the PBC leading scorer, Brashay Johnson, out of Hopkins, South Carolina, 5'9", sophomore forward, averages 21 points per game. Again, we talked about those numbers maybe being perhaps a little bit inflated by a 70-point win over an NAIA school, but 6 games in, she's proven that she can score the basketball.
Yeah, we'll see how she faces this tough Braves defense today. But she certainly had a lot of success early in the year, so look forward to seeing what she does.
For the Braves, some of the same starters that we're used to seeing for UNCP. Mary Robinson, a senior forward out of Enterprise, Alabama, 5'10", number 10, scored 11 points in the game against Wingate and averaging 6.4 points per game this season. We talked about Avery Locklear, the freshman guard who wears number 15 for the Braves, the sharp outside shooter for UNCP. Chandrika Fuller, a senior guard from City of Medicine Academy in Durham, North Carolina, who averages 8.6 points per game but leads the team with 2.5 assists per game. Erica Williams from Fayetteville, North Carolina, the junior who wears number 23. And then in the middle, number 34, Phoenicia Lawson from Reedsville, North Carolina, who averages 2 points per game but 1 block per game. The story for the Braves, Brashay Johnson. How do you stop her, and how do you limit what the Bearcats are able to do all around this game?
I'm sure that's something the Braves have been thinking a lot about leading up into this matchup, and we'll see how they try to handle her. I mean, like you said, she's had a ton of success early in the season, and if they're going to get, if the Braves are wanting to get a win in this first conference matchup, she's certainly somebody they're going to have to try to limit.
Let's take a quick look at the all-time series history. Lander leads that all-time series 29-19. The conference opener for both teams, Lander in their road blue jerseys with yellow trim and yellow numbers, Braves in their home whites with the black trim. Braves led by Coach John Haskins in his 12th season, Lander led by Kevin Peterson in his 11th season. Lander wins the opening tip, and they will take it across the floor from right to left across Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. They'll work it around the perimeter. It's up top. Now over to the top of the key by Zandy. She dribbles with her right hand to the right wing in front of the Braves bench. Now dribbling with her left, dribble handoff to Crum. She drives with the right hand, kick out to the corner. 15 to shoot, into the lane, tough fall away shot, and it's good. Jada Wallace knocks down the opening bucket. Lander comes out in a full court press. Braves looking to break it. Robinson, the pass to the far sideline. And now back to Robinson. Fuller is trapped, gets it across the timeline with just a second to spare. Robinson now over to Fuller on the left wing. Gets a screen from Robinson, and she drives with the right hand into the lane, right to the basket. The layup is too strong, no good. Fuller couldn't connect on that layup, and now the Bearcats come back the other way. Crum pushing in transition. Floats a pass towards the middle. It's tipped away and stolen. Phoenicia Lawson got a hand in there as the Braves come away with it. Here comes Fuller. She's tripped by Crum, and there's the foul.
Yeah, if the Bearcats continue with that sort of press, be interesting to see how Haskins chooses to handle that, because they have at times ran Fuller and Huntley on the court at the same time to have 2 ball handlers. So if that press keeps up, it'll be interesting to see if he decides to switch to that.
9:09 remaining, quarter number 1. Braves down by a 2-point margin. Taking it towards the corner, Fuller. She picks up her dribble in the left corner, throws it inside to the paint. Here's Lawson posting up to the top of the key. Robinson now driving with the right hand. Towards the basket, layup, offensive foul. Way to step in and take the charge, Leah McKenneth, and they will wave off the basket. Offensive foul called on Mary Robinson.
And Lander looked to double team on the pass inside there. So if the Braves can get in Locklear and Stevens to get hot from outside, that'll probably limit that double team on the inside if they can get them going.
Official will come over to the scorer's table now as they figure out who that foul was on. He pointed to the scorer's table and signaled 11, which was the number of the player who took the charge. It was actually on Mary Robinson, who wears number 10. So they get that squared away, and we're back ready to go once again. Under 9 minutes to play. We've played just about a minute here so far. Lander with the 2-point lead. It's 2-0. Dribble handoff to the far sideline, McKenna. Now back right corner, 3-ball for Crum. It's good. Bree Crum from downtown. She averages 10 points per game this season, and it's 5-0 Bearcats. Again with the full court, man-to-man press for Lander. Nice crossover by Mary Robinson to free up some space. Now she's looking to get it across the timeline, and she does. Double team doesn't materialize, so she's just zigzagging up and down the floor. Locklear, the pass back towards the middle. It's handled by Fuller. Into the low block, Lawson posting up again. Turnaround, fall-away shot in the middle of the lane. It's good. Phoenicia Lawson gets the Braves on the board. It's 5-2, 8:20 to play, quarter number 1. Crum takes it back up for the Bearcats to the far sideline, where it'll be held by McKenna. She dribbles with the left, lobs a pass back over to Crum, who holds at the top of the key. Braves sagging way off in a 2-3 zone defensively. Crossover by McKenna, nearly lost it, looking baseline for the pass as they were trying to connect with Johnson, and it sails out of bounds. Turnover by Lander.
Yeah, kind of an opposite look from the team so far these first couple minutes. The Braves, like you said, really sagging off on the outside, whereas on the offensive end, the Braves have been able to get penetration.
Inbounds pass intercepted. Crum tries the layup, no good. Offensive rebound under the basket, going up. Shot no good, tipped around. It's chased down by Lander. Crum gathers it in front of the Braves bench, and another offensive opportunity for the Bearcats. Shot clock did not reset, so they have 17 to shoot. Held at the top of the key by Zandy. She sets the screen. Now they look to Crum. Posting up number 22, Wallace, from the left block shot. It's good. Jada Wallace got great position on Avery Locklear and laid it home. 7-2 Bearcats. And again, they come out in the press. Braves looking to Robinson. Now long pass, and it's intercepted. They were trying to connect with Fuller. 2-on-1 break. Crum leaves it for a teammate. Layup swatted away. Mary Robinson defending the rim on the Jada Wallace layup attempt. And Lander will inbound. 27 on the shot clock. 7:31 left in the first quarter. It's a 5-point Lander lead already.
Yeah, great defense there by Robinson. Usually the defender will commit one way or the other on a break like that.
Spinning in the post. Nice double pump shot by Johnson as she falls to the hardwood. Couldn't get the shot to fall. Braves get the rebound. They come back the other way. Locklear on the right wing. Thought about a three. Gets the up fake. Drives baseline. Goes up with a shot. Draws the foul. It falls, but they will say it was on the ground. Avery Locklear hoping for that NBA continuation. Doesn't get the call. And the Braves will inbound. They get a fresh 30 on the shot clock. 7:18 to play in the first quarter. It's 7-2 Lander. And it will be Fuller to trigger. Lobs the pass into the paint. Lawson, double team comes. It's stolen by Lander. Nice hands defensively by Johnson. Crum running the other way for Lander. Right to the basket. Leaves it for Johnson. The left block layup, no good. Mary Robinson gobbles up the defensive rebound for UNC Pembroke. They dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, that's a missed layup for both teams so far. I believe it was Mary Robinson missed one for the Braves a minute ago.
Now on the right wing, it's held by Williams. 16 to shoot. Robinson straight away three, front rim, and it rattles in. Mary Robinson from downtown, and it's a 2-point game.
A little bit of a friendly bounce there, but the Braves will take it.
Now the Braves again sagging off defensively. They pick up man-to-man in the half court. To the left wing, looking for the counter three ball. It's good. Ashley Zandy from deep. And just like that, it's back up to 5 for Lander. Quick response by the senior from Australia. Braves looking to break the press once again. They have 3 seconds left to do it. They do get it across the timeline with 1 second to spare. Dribbled up top by Fuller. Almost lost it. Kick out goes left corner. Here's a Robinson three. Back rim, no good. Fight for the rebound. Locklear had position inside and draws the foul. Good box out by Avery Locklear to draw the foul on Leah McKenneth. And the Braves will have the ball. 30 seconds on the shot clock. 6:18 to go in the first quarter. We'll see our first substitutions as the Braves trail 10-5.
And it looks like they're bringing in Huntley to try to run a bit of that play 2 guards that can handle the ball really well to try to deal with that press.
Williams and Robinson to the bench. Huntley and Monley come in for the Braves. They lob a deep pass to Huntley, who has to chase it down near midcourt. She dribbles near the Brave head logo. He's calling out the offense. Pass goes to the far side. Holding over her head, Fuller. Gets a screen from Monley, takes it to the top of the key, now posting up Lawson on the right block. Turn around, swatted away. Nice block on the defensive end by Brashay Johnson, showing off her versatility. Here come the Bearcats. Top of the key, Wallace, the jab step, a pass to Crum, crossover, gets to the basket, lays it up, and makes it fall. Bree Crum right over Jasmine Huntley.
Yeah, she just had an open line to the basket. Huntley was playing closer to the paint and just let her get too much momentum headed towards the basket there.
Huntley with a dangerous pass to Monley, who lost it, then finally gets it back. 18 to shoot for the Braves. They trail by 7, 5:37 to play in the first quarter. Dribble handoff to the far side. Nice hands by Huntley. Turns down a screen from Monley. Locklear in the right corner and lost the ball. On the bounce pass, Avery Locklear started to take off before that pass arrived, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit too soon. She had good positioning, though, just got a little bit ahead of herself.
So 5:26 to play in the first quarter. Braves trail by 7. Lander with the ball on the far sideline. They'll post up Johnson in the right block. Double team comes, but she stepped on the baseline. Out of bounds, she tried to spin past Janisha Monley. Sub coming on for the Braves now, as Avery Locklear will go to the bench and be replaced by number 25, LaShonda Pritchard, who'll get her first run of the day. So already 3 subs coming on for the Braves. Lander still has their starting 5 out there. Braves a little trouble with the inbounds pass. They finally throw it to Lawson, who has to come way up from her preferred spot in the front court. She gets it to Huntley, who breaks the press easily. Takes it to the basket herself. A Euro step layup, and it's good. Jasmine Huntley, wow.
Yeah, nice fake on the pass to Monley there to get the defender to kind of psych off for another second to get her that extra step.
She got right to the front of the rim and finished with the right hand, even though her momentum was taking her to her left. Great job. 20 on the shot clock now for Lander, as we've played 5 minutes in this game so far. McKenna on the far side, jab step Wallace. She drives with the left hand, trying to get to the basket. Fall away shot from the left block and banks it in. Leah McKenna, and it's a 7-point game once again. Foul there on the inbounds, and that will take us to our first media timeout. 4:47 remaining in the first quarter. It's Lander 14, UNCP 7. You're listening to UNCP Women's Basketball. Back ready to go once again with Cody Parker. I'm Cameron Songer. UNCP women's basketball in the Peach Belt Conference opener in the English E. Jones Center, as Lander will come out and they will look like they'll press once again. Doesn't look like they brought any subs on either. They'll keep their same starting 5 out there. Braves have rotated a couple players in and out already in this game. 4:44 to play in quarter number 1. Braves trail by 7. One-man press break. Chandrika Fuller spins her way across the timeline. Now driving right side. 16-footer on the way. Front rim no good. That was Pritchard taking that shot and couldn't get it to fall. Crum takes it across midcourt for Lander as the Braves don't press in the counter. And Crum takes it to the far sideline, gets a screen from Johnson to the elbow. Can't get the shot off. Now on the left wing, Zandy drives inside, kick out. Here's a Crum 3 ball around the rim and out. And the offensive rebound by Brashay Johnson. Another opportunity for the Bearcats. Zandy on the far side, gets the screen from Johnson, takes it inside. Crum up fakes. Now they post up Wallace on the left block, misses the shot, gets her own rebound. Ball tipped away, bounces out of bounds, and it will be awarded back to the Bearcats.
I believe that was a block by Huntley down low there. A lot of athleticism from that one.
Jasmine Huntley is the smallest player on the floor at 5'4", and they are trying to take advantage of her on the low block, but she says no thanks. Taking it to the far side, tough hook shot, no good. Ashley Zandy still had 10 to shoot there. Rebound tipped around, out of bounds off Lander. The Braves will inbound. 28 on the shot clock, 3:53 to go in the first quarter. Braves down 14-7. Monley doesn't get to run the baseline here as they'll get a cross screen, trying to free someone up. They get it inbounds as Fuller was pushed on the catch. She goes to the hardwood, and they'll call the foul. Foul called on number 1, Bree Crum. That's her second. And now a decision here for Lander. And look at that. They sent 5 players to the scorer's table, a wholesale substitution. 5 players out, 5 players in. And we'll try to ID those players for you as quickly as possible. Leah Pettit walked on the floor and almost forgot to take her warm-up jersey off. She wears number 34. Out there with number 24, Sania Johnson. And that looks like number 23, Ty Henshaw Reynolds. So there she is. She's just not in the starting lineup. She didn't play in their last game, but she's out there now in all PBC preseason selection. Driving into the lane off the Lander press. Kickout goes to the corner. Pritchard with the tough catch, and she double dribbled with it. Turned over there by the Braves. And Lander gets the ball back up 7 with 3:45 to play in the first quarter. So here come the Bearcats. It will be taken by number 12. That's Brianna Wade. Here's Johnson, top of the key. Not this time. Offensive rebound, Wade lost it, and the Braves come back the other way with it. Don't have the numbers as Pritchard takes it to the right sideline. Throws a pass back towards the middle. Here's Huntley on the far side. Gets a screen. Gets to the elbow. Another screen from Monley. Now over to the corner. Steps into a jump shot by Pritchard. No good. Rebound getting near the baseline. Johnson chases it down. That's Sania Johnson. She takes it up with the right hand. Dribble handoff to Wade. Dribbling with the left. Now passes to the left wing. Reynolds. Guarded by Huntley. 15 to shoot for Lander. Under 3 minutes to play in the quarter. Jab step on the far side. Nothing doing there for Johnson. She kicks back out. Here's Kelly dribbling with the left. Dribble handoff Wade over to the far side. Up fake and a nice drive. Here's Sania Johnson stripped away. Good hands by LaShonda Pritchard to get her hands in the cookie jar. Now driving the other way. Pass goes back out. And the Braves don't have anything going here on this fast break opportunity. They'll set up. Get it over to Monley. Monley holds at the top of the key. Drive into the lane. Step back. Now something's got to happen here. Here's Pritchard. Down to 10 to shoot for UNCP. Fuller calls out plays. Turns down a screen. Driving with the left hand. She draws the blocking foul. Nice drive there by Chandrika Fuller with the shot clock down to 5. And that's the 5th team foul on Lander. That means a 1-and-1 opportunity for Chandrika Fuller.
Yeah, on that last possession on defense for the Braves, that was the 2nd possession in a row that Pritchard was able to get a steal.
Subs come on for the Braves. Ebony Stevens will check in for the free throw shooter as they take out Phoenicia Lawson and replace her with Mary Robinson. 1-and-1 opportunity for Chandrika Fuller. Check that, 2 shots for Chandrika Fuller. She knocks down the first. She'll get 1 more. Cuts it to a 6-point game. 14-8 Lander with 2:19 remaining in the first quarter. Couple dribbles for the free throw shooter Fuller, and she knocks it down as well. 79% free throw shooter on the year. She converts both of those, and it's a 5-point game. She's rewarded by getting a chance to go to the bench, catch her breath. Ebony Stevens checks in for her first run of the afternoon. Here come the Bearcats. Taken up by Brianna Wade, a sophomore guard who's played just 9 minutes in the team's first 6 games. And getting some early run. Left baseline drive through some contact, no good on the shot there by Johnson. And here come the Braves again. Huntley, the pass goes to the corner. 3-point attempt, right corner, not this time. That was Fuller again pulling the trigger and couldn't connect. Defensive rebound, Bearcats. And they'll get it back to Wade. Wade from midcourt, pass to the left wing. Wide open 3-pointer for Reynolds, and she can't hit. Defensive rebound, Monley. Braves kind of letting it go right now. Here's Stevens from the right wing. Her 3-point attempt, and it rattles out. Offensive rebound, though, for UNCP. Fall-away jumper from the left block. It's good. LaShonda Pritchard with a nice finish, and that draws a timeout from Lander. Offensive rebounds for the Braves. Cody, just a 30-second timeout. We'll keep it here. How about that? The Braves getting it done on the glass.
Yeah, that was a lovely post score there from Pritchard, and Huntley's really speeding the offense up these last couple of possessions. On that one, she made the pass from half court over to the right corner, and then on the possession before, she had penetration into the paint and was able to draw the defender in and get Pritchard a look. She just wasn't quite able to send it home. But Huntley really seems to be picking up the pace, trying to create some openings for the offense.
Lander 6 of 17 from the field, including 2 of 5 from behind the arc. Braves 4 of 11 from the field, 1 of 4 from behind the arc. So both teams certainly mixing in the 3-pointer as a weapon and still trying to find the range. Braves are the only team that's gotten to the free throw line so far. They're 2 of 2. 1:31 to play in the first quarter. Lander will sub their starters back in. It's a 3-point Bearcats lead. There's already been 10 turnovers in this game, 6 by the Braves and 4 by the Bearcats. Aggressive defense on both sides. Pass to the far sideline to Kenneth. She steps through a double team, almost lost it, gets it back, and she scores on the floater in the middle of the lane. Braves wanted a double dribble call there as she lost the ball going up from the free throw line, got it back, and then ended up scoring. So it's back up to a 5-point Bearcat lead. Huntley across the timeline for the Braves. Robinson sets a little bit of a screen for her. Now she dribbles at midcourt. Huntley with the left hand, hand off to Stevens. 15 to shoot. Pressure comes. Lander extends their defense. Locklear on the near side, looking to the paint, and that pass intercepted. Way too much air under the pass, looking for Monley. A deep baseball pass, and Robinson intercepts. 3-on-2 break for the Braves. Stevens, left wing, 3-ball in transition. It's good. Ebony Stevens for 3. And it's a 2-point Bearcats lead. Braves sprint back defensively as Lander walks it up. Reynolds. Now it's Zandy on the left wing. Dribbles with her right back to the top of the key. Now Johnson over to the right wing. Reynolds again. Reynolds with the nice crossover move, trying to free up some space. Gets to the basket, lost the ball, draws the foul. 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Lander 16, UNCP 14. And they'll call the foul on Jasmine Huntley, her first, team second. And at the line, shooting 2 for Lander. It's number 23, Tyhensha Reynolds. Reynolds, all Peach Belt selection last year, preseason all Peach Belt this year. She misses the first free throw, and she'll get one more. Tyhensha Reynolds, junior guard from Savannah, Georgia, averages 14 points per game on the season. Second free throw is nothing but net, and it's a 3-point game. That's big, as it's still just a 1-possession game, but obviously way too early to be counting possessions. It's just the first quarter. Huntley up the far sideline for the Braves, breaking the Lander press by herself, gets to the baseline, goes up with a shot, blocked out of bounds. Good hands defensively by Ashley Zandy. Looked like Huntley had the angle there, but you factor in the size mismatch. It's given up 6 inches there, and the chase down block by Zandy.
Yeah, she was able to get past her, just not enough room to be able to get a step or two of separation to get the shot off.
Stevens in the left wing, pass goes to the left corner. Huntley, and she traveled. Shuffled her feet before she made that jab step. That will turn off the shot clock. 16.5 seconds remaining. There was about a half a second difference between the shot and game clock there, and that's frustrating for the Braves, as now Lander will get to hold for the last shot. Already in this game, that's turnover number 7 by the black and gold. At half court, Reynolds. Pass goes to Wallace, driving with the left. Good defense by Locklear. She forces the miss. Braves get the rebound, and that's how the first quarter will end. They're not able to get this shot off before the horn. Huntley almost made it fall from half court, but doesn't count anyway, and that is how the first quarter will come to an end. 17-14 is the score after 10 minutes. We will take a quick break. You're listening to UNCP Women's Basketball on the Braves Radio Network.
You've heard of the law of gravity.
Braves have already turned it over 7 times, but have forced 5 turnovers to counter. Cody, I think the offenses will start to figure it out a little bit here in the second quarter.
Yeah, it looked like the Braves did there at the end of that first, bringing in Stevens and Locklear at the same time just to try to spread the floor a little bit, and it seemed to be working because Huntley can get that penetration and then them spreading the floor out, being an outside threat.
Locklear feeds Monley on the right block. She spins towards the middle. Fall-away jump shot, not this time. And the defensive rebound cleared by Brashay Johnson of the Bearcats. They get it up to Reynolds, who will run the point. Now at the top of the key, Wallace puts the ball over her head. Now the pass to the far sideline, Johnson. The jab step, picked up defensively by Monley. Skipped pass to the near side. Here's McKenneth. 14 to shoot for Lander. On the far side, Zandy. She passes off to McKenneth. Now back to Zandy. Straightaway 3-ball on the way. Back rim no good. Offensive rebound Johnson. She takes it away from a couple Braves players and gets the pass back off to Zandy. Drives to the right corner. Hand off to McKenneth. Now the pass looking inside. Braves tip it away. They can't connect with Johnson there, and the Braves steal it. Here comes Huntley. Driving with the right hand to the basket, through some contact, misses the layup. Offensive rebound, Robinson. She puts the ball on the deck, goes up, and she traveled. She tried to break a double team there. It looks like there was a Lander player or two hanging on her arms, and they'll call the turnover. Tough break there for Mary Robinson and the Braves on offense. Bearcats have the ball in a 3-point lead. 1 minute off the second quarter game clock. Dribble handoff to McKenneth on the near side. She plays with it at the free throw line. Gets the pack up top to Zandy, who drives with the left hand to the left corner. Great up fake. Reynolds with the shot off the glass. It hits every part of the rim and bounces out. Robinson with the rebound for the Braves. Here comes Huntley in transition. Lander back. She steps back, takes it to the right corner. Skip pass up top, Robinson, who goes upstairs to make the catch. Here's a three-pointer for Locklear. Back rim, no good. Sailing in for the defensive rebound. Climbing the ladder there, Jada Wallace. Here come the Bearcats again. On the left wing, Zandy. Guarded by Locklear. Takes it with her right hand to the free throw line. Up top to Reynolds, and she calls out the play for the Bearcats. On the far side, McKenneth. Dribbling and protecting. Down to 15 to shoot for Lander. Up top, Reynolds. Now on the left wing, Zandy. She tees up a three ball. No good. Long rebound, and Lander has it. To top of the key. Wide open attempt for Reynolds. Not this time. Another offensive rebound for the Bearcats. Left block layup. No good. Rebound being tipped around. Who last touched it? The Braves did, and it's another opportunity for Lander. John Haskins losing his mind on the Braves sideline right now. Too many opportunities here for the Bearcats on this possession. 8:12, 8:02 remaining in the second quarter. Lander up 17-14. Inbounds pass tipped and recovered by Lander. And now driving into the lane, McKenneth. She runs into some trees and she traveled. Good hands defensively by Janisha Monley. Great position right under the basket and forces a turnover.
Yeah, and looking back on that first period now, half of Lander's rebounds were offensive rebounds in that quarter.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was even total reboundings, but 5 of their rebounds came on the offensive end.
We're 2 minutes into the second quarter. Neither team has scored yet. It's still 17-14. Braves finally get it inbounds, and it's tipped away and then finally recovered by Fuller. Now going up the near sideline and draws the blocking foul. Zandy tried to step in and take the charge right near midcourt, right in front of the right sideline. And she was still sliding her feet. So that's the first team foul on Lander. And the second personal foul on Ashley Zandy, the senior guard from Gold Coast, Australia. Braves will set up their sideline out of bounds. 4 players line up along the half-court line. They finally do get it in to Chandrika Fuller, who takes it across the timeline. 26 to shoot for the Braves. Monley on the far side, up top to Robinson. Now Locklear on the right wing. He's had a screen to free up Stevens. Gets another screen from Robinson. Gets it off to the far side. Here's Fuller. Fuller's pass is tipped out of bounds by Lander, so the Braves will maintain possession. 16 on the shot clock, 7:36 to go in the first half. And substitution here for the Bearcats will send Brashay Johnson to the bench. And that's a welcome sight for the Braves. The PBC's leading scorer will get a quick break here for the Bearcats. Inbounds pass goes to Fuller. She'll call out the play for UNC Pembroke. 11 to shoot. Working from near midcourt, now takes it over to the far sideline with her right hand. Gets a screen, turns it down from Monley. Now driving with the left hand to the left block. Pass goes back up top towards Locklear. It's tipped away and stolen. And a fight to recover it. The shot clock reset for some reason. The Braves get the ball back. Over to the left corner, and that pass too strong. Can't be handled by Chandrika Fuller. I'm not sure if the Braves knew the shot clock reset, and they were trying to scramble and get a shot off with what was essentially going to be 2 seconds left. As it is, that's a frustrating turnover by the black and gold. So still nobody scored yet here in the second quarter. 7:13 remaining in that quarter. We played almost 3 minutes. Dribble with the right hand by Reynolds. Pass goes up top. Now to the left wing. Zandy, up fake, gets up top with her right hand. Ball tipped away from behind and off UNC Pembroke. Good hands defensively by Chandrika Fuller. If there had been a player standing where the ball was going, they would have had a steal. As it is, Shonda Pritchard will re-enter the game and replace Ebony Stevens. Looking at the stats right now, it's a lot of turnovers. 10 by the Braves, 8 by the Bearcats already. 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Dribbling up top is Reynolds. Now the pass to the far sideline. Down to 8 to shoot. Driving with the left hand, McKenneth. Pass goes back out towards the left wing. They got to go. And on the far side, and there's a foul on the reach-in on the drive. Jada Wallace was on the right wing, drove with her left hand, and drew the foul. So a fresh 30 on the shot clock for the Bearcats. We're still looking for our first points of the second quarter, Cody. Inbounds pass to the far sideline where Reynolds will track it down. Pass goes up top. Here's another three from Zandy. It's too strong. Rebound being tipped around. It's gobbled up and taken by Kelly. She goes up with the putback and draws the foul. Great hustle by Sakasia Kelly, senior guard from Havana, Florida. Drawing the foul there on Mary Robinson. That's her third personal, and that will probably put her on the bench for the rest of this first half.
Yeah, again, getting a second chance with the offensive rebound. I believe that was the third or fourth one in this second quarter already.
9 in the game right now for Lander. First free throw rattles home. We finally have points here in the second quarter. And now Mary Robinson, with her 3 fouls, will go to the bench. Pritchard and Erica Williams out there with number 15, Avery Locklear, Janisha Monley, and Chandrika Fuller. That's the 5 for the Braves right now. 4-point Lander lead, one more free throw on its way, and it's nothing but net for Sakasia Kelly. That was just the second trip to the line in this game by Lander. Inbounds pass as UNCP faces a full court Bearcat press, and it's broken with one person. Here's Locklear on the right wing, steps into an 18-footer off the dribble. It's high off the backboard, no good. Offensive rebound, though, by the Braves. A lot of offensive rebounds for both teams. Here's a left corner 3, wide open, and it's good. 3-pointer for UNCP. That's Erica Williams knocking it down. We're back to a 2-point game once again. 19-17 Lander. On the far sideline, McKenneth. Pass goes up top to Zandy. Now on the left wing. Thinking about that 3-ball, Reynolds. Finally doesn't take it. Now driving with the right hand, gets right into the lane. Kick out goes to the right wing. Here's a Zandy 3-pointer. Can't hit. And she is ice cold from the field right now. Scramble for the rebound. They'll call the foul on Erica Williams, who cut in under Malia McKenneth. Check that they're going to call it on Monley, who reached in at the last second. Actually, Zandy's been letting it fly from downtown. She's 1 of 4 from deep right now. And Lander, as a team, also not really getting it going yet. They're 2 of 8.
Yeah, they hit those 2 early, and I believe it got them wanting some more, so they've just been letting it fly, like you said, here probably about the last quarter and a half.
Ball taken away in the right corner. Lander finally recovers it. They get it up top. Here's Zandy on the left side. Thought about the 3. Now the nice dump-off pass from the right block. A whole Braves defense comes in to swarm. Kelly couldn't get the shot off, and they will call the held ball. Possession error favors Lander. Locklear came in from the weak side to provide that extra defense. Great job there by the Braves to defend without fouling. Shot clock will remain at 12. 5:43 to play in the first half. Lander inbounding up by 2. Inbounds pass goes up top, where it'll be taken by Johnson. Leaves it for Zandy. Now on the right wing, McKenneth. Back out to Zandy on the pass. 5 to shoot, driving right baseline. Pass deep up top, down to 2 to shoot. Free throw line. Pass goes back up top. Shot clock violation. Great defense by the Braves. Too many passes there by the Bearcats, and they weren't, I think they probably weren't aware of the shot clock.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It didn't even seem like they were aware of it as they made it cross-court pass and then trying to penetrate there. They didn't have time for almost either of those.
Monley on the far side. Pass goes back up top, Williams. Williams dribbling with her left hand to midcourt. Now takes it to the far sideline where she will hand off with Fuller. Fuller up top. Lobs a paint in towards the pass, looking for Monley. Tracks it down after it was tipped. Keeps it in bounds, 10 to shoot. Monley picks up her dribble on the right elbow, looking for Locklear. Pass tipped away, down to 5 to shoot. Locklear from near midcourt. She's got to go. Great crossover to free up some space. 3-pointer off the dribble, off the rim, no good. Offensive rebound, Braves, as Erica Williams boxed out and got position. She passes it back up top to Fuller. Braves setting up their offense once again. 24 to shoot, driving the lane, and they'll call the blocking foul. Chandrika Fuller lowered the shoulder a little bit, and stepping in to try to take the charge was the Lander player. That looked like number 4, Kelly. She's a little bit slow to get up. 4:52 remaining in the second quarter. We will take a timeout as Lander has the 19-17 lead. Don't touch that radio dial. You're listening to UNCP Women's Basketball. Back here in Pembroke, Braves set to inbound. They have 30 on the shot clock, 4:52 remaining in the second quarter. With Cody Parker, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Radio Network. Inbounds pass goes to Locklear. She finds Monley on the left block, up fake, and she goes up with a shot. She's fouled before the shot, got it to fall. And again, the Braves getting the short end of the stick on that would-be continuation call.
Yeah, both times it's been very close, and neither time they were able to get a call.
Foul goes on Brashay Johnson, her first, team's third. Inbounds pass to Monley, another whistle, another foul, and again, it's called on Lander, and again, it's called on Brashay Johnson. So 2 quick fouls on the leading scorer in the Peach Belt Conference. That's what the Braves need. Try to get Brashay Johnson from really getting started, as that was the key for the Braves in their win against Mount Olive. They faced one of the country's best rebounders in Ariel Johnson and got her in early foul trouble. Locklear, the pass goes back up top. Now 4 team fouls on Landers. The next one will put the Braves on the line. A lot of dribbles here from Erica Williams. She takes it up top, finds a wide open Pritchard, who tries the free throw line jump shot, can't get it to fall, as that hit every part of the rim before it bounced out. Rebound tracked down by Baldwin, who gets the pass up ahead for Zandy. And here come the Bearcats again. They get set in their half-court offense. 4:23 remaining. Zandy, the crossover. Pass goes back to the right corner. Baldwin. Now she takes it up top. Pass goes to Johnson. Johnson, a deep three-pointer. Off the side of the rim, no good. That almost got wedged between the rim and the backboard. Locklear cleans up the glass for the Braves. She takes it herself. Monley on the right wing. 16-footer on the way. High off the glass, no good. And back come the Bearcats. One and done for the Braves, but a pretty good look for Janisha Monley. Skip pass to Zandy on the near side. 3:56 to play in the first half. Lander up by 2. On the right wing, it's Johnson. Gets a screen from Pettit. Takes it up top, picks up her dribble. Tight defense on her by Locklear. Bounce pass over to Kelly. Kelly at the top of the key. Now Zandy. Zandy, the skip pass back over to the right wing, Johnson. Driving in through a double team, draws the foul, goes up with a shot, but they'll say that one was on the ground. Finally, Lander gets robbed of a basket on a non-continuation call. That one wasn't even that close. 3:40 to go. And they'll call the 4th team foul on the Braves. Jasmine Huntley will check back in. Chandrika Fuller goes to the bench. John Haskins telling some kind of instruction to his team. He's very animated right now on the Braves sideline. Braves switch into a man-to-man defense. Lander having a little bit of trouble with this inbounds. They finally do get it inbounds. Pettit goes upstairs to make the catch. Hands it back off to the inbounder Zandy, who dribbles at the top of the key. Now looking back down low for Pettit. Great position on the right block. Can't get the turnaround to fall. And the strong rebound in the paint by Janisha Monley. Braves come back the other way. Locklear open on the right wing. 3-ball for the lead. It's good. Avery Locklear for 3, and it's a Braves 20-19 advantage.
Again, every time Huntley's been on the floor, she picks up that pace immediately.
And a great pass to find Locklear, and she was able to dribble it once, get into her shot, and knock it down. That's what we expect to see out of Avery Locklear this season for the Braves. 2019 UNC Pembroke. Let's see how Lander reacts to being behind for the first time in this game. From the left block, Kelly going over Huntley. Can't get it to fall. Offensive rebound put back. Also no good. That was Johnson who couldn't get it to fall. And here come the Braves again. Huntley pushing the tempo. Goes towards the right corner. Now takes it back out. Picks up her dribble on the right wing. Finds Locklear dribbling with the left. 2:43 to go. Locklear, free throw line jump shot off the dribble. No good. Rebound, and that's a bad over-the-back foul by the Braves. LaShonda Pritchard just caught reaching there. And that will send Lander to the free throw line on a foul 80 feet from the basket.
Yeah, still 2.5 minutes left to go in the quarter as well, and they're already in the bonus, which the Braves are 1 away from it.
First foul on LaShonda Pritchard, 5th team foul, and it puts number 34, Leah Pettit, at the free throw line. Check that, it's number 32, Victoria Baldwin. Back rim, no good on the free throw. Substitution coming for the Braves. Ebony Stevens will replace LaShonda Pritchard. And you better believe she will hear about that foul from her coach. She heads back over to the bench. One more free throw here for Baldwin. This can tie the game. Second free throw is good, and we're tied it at 20. Victoria Baldwin. That was her first trip to the free throw line this season, her first trip as a collegiate player. The freshman knocks down 1 of 2. 2:30 to play. Huntley dribbling with the left hand up top, dribble handoff to Stevens. Locklear standing there on the right wing. They get it over to Williams. Now back to the left wing. Open three-pointer for Huntley, not this time. Good rebound by Stevens, though, as it bounced back towards the free throw line. Fresh shot clock for the Braves. 2:13 to play in the half. We're tied at 20. Driving with the left hand. Bounce pass over to Huntley on the left wing. Locklear sets the screen. Huntley with some space. Fakes the pass. The floater in the lane. Back rim, no good. Rebound tipped around. All the Bearcats there. They finally take it back the other way. Here comes Johnson. Pass to the opposite side. On the left wing, Zandy will walk it back towards midcourt. Up straight away. There's Kelly at the top of the key. Picked up by Huntley. Now Pettit from near the right elbow. It's tipped and stolen away. Great hands defensively by Monley. She's going up with it. Now the other way, and she's fouled as she went up with the layup. Chased down there by Leah Pettit. As Janisha Monley, not the fastest player on the floor, she got to the right block, tried to step through and drew the foul.
Yeah, full court for the forward. I'm sure she was glad of the opportunity. Usually gets stuck down there in the paint. Getting out in the run a little bit.
Yeah, one of those post players who gets an opportunity and sees open space out in front. But good control, didn't lose the ball on the dribble. And now will be at the line for 2 shots. 1:42 remaining in the first half as she can't hit the first free throw. That was around the rim and out. One more free throw coming up for Janisha Monley, averaging 9.4 points per game and 6.8 rebounds per game. Now 5 of 10 from the charity stripe this season. One more free throw on the way for Monley, and she connects, giving the Braves a 1-point lead once again. 21-20, 1:42 remaining. Cody, we expected a low-scoring game in this one, and that's what we've gotten.
Yeah, so far, very sloppy. Both teams turning the ball over at a pretty high rate, and most of the scoring from both teams been in chunks of three-pointers.
8 turnovers by Lander, 10 by the Braves. It's been a while since the Braves have turned it over, though. Wallace finds Zandy now on the right block. Blocked from behind. Monley swatted away the Pettit shot. Now in transition, the Braves. Looking for Stevens on the right wing, and it's tipped and stolen. Nice hands defensively by Sanaya Johnson. And now the Bearcats can take the lead on this possession. Wallace at the top of the key. Picked up by Williams. Now Huntley guards the ball handler Zandy, and we'll get a 3 in the key call. Turned over by Lander. 1:09 remaining. Both teams still have, UNCP still has a timeout. They use it or lose a timeout. They still have all their timeouts. Lander's called 1 timeout so far, so 4 timeouts for the Braves, 3 for the Bearcats. Braves with a 1-point lead. Locklear now looking against a 3-quarter court Lander press. They get it back to Locklear in the middle after the double team came on the right wing. Under a minute to go now. Huntley at the top of the key, driving with her right hand. Kick out right corner. Stevens dials long distance and can't hit. Defensive rebound by the Bearcats. Kelly felt somebody chasing her down, slows up the dribble, nearly went over and back. Hands it off to Zandy. 43 seconds left, and there's 19 on the shot clock here for the Bearcats. Back up top, Kelly. Now on the left wing, Baldwin. She tries a 3-ball. Offensive rebound as Locklear didn't know where it was. And then Locklear draws the foul. Pushed from behind by Sanaya Johnson, and that means free throws for the Braves. 31.5 seconds to play. There will be a 1.5 second difference between the shot and game clock, and 2 free throws coming up for Avery Locklear. Braves so far today, 2 of 2 from the free throw line, as they haven't gotten there much in this second quarter. As a matter of fact, this is their first trip to the free throw line in the second quarter. Locklear hits back rim, no good on that free throw. Looked like she really rushed that free throw a little bit, Cody.
Maybe so. She's usually pretty strong from the line.
She is a very good shooter, and often good three-point shooters tend to be good foul shooters, but sometimes they can also get in their own head a little bit. Second free throw misses the same way, so an empty trip to the free throw line for Avery Locklear. Lander can pretty much hold for the last shot here with that 1.5 second difference between the shot and game clock. The UNCP up 21-20, and it looks like that's what the Bearcats will do. Reynolds dribbling near midcourt on the Bravehead logo. Looks to the sideline, gets the play call from head coach Kevin Peterson. Down to 10 to shoot. She'll attack Locklear. Driving with the right, takes it to the right wing. Down to 5 to shoot, picks up the dribble. Up top, Zandy with the left. Double screen, open 3-point attempt from the left side, no good. Trying to bank it home, and that is how the second quarter will end. No, check that. They're going to say that didn't hit the rim. 1/10 of a second remaining on the second quarter game clock. Braves can't do anything here. Lander will press, I guess. As soon as the ball is touched, the second quarter will end. That's exactly what happens. It looked like that shot did hit the rim, and the Braves, after the ref blew the whistle, kind of looked at the official like, really? Can't we just hold the ball for the last 0.4 seconds?
Yeah.
And they let an extra 0.3 run off. There's 1/10 left. The Braves have it. It's all good. Braves have the 1-point lead at halftime. It's 21-20. We've played 2 quarters of basketball. Still a lot more basketball here to go from Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court this afternoon. We've got one more half of the women's game, then we'll have a break, and then the men's game right afterwards. But right now, we will take a break. We'll come back on the radio with the UNCP Braves halftime report. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to UNCP women's basketball with the 1-point lead at the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we would like to tell you about our special guest today. Rivers Malcolm joins us for a celebration of his wish granted by the Make-A-Wish Foundation. In September of 2010, Rivers was diagnosed with Wilms tumor, a malignant tumor of the kidney, and about 450 kids are diagnosed with this rare cancerous tumor in North America each year. Although Rivers did not exhibit any signs of the tumor, his battle to fight the cancer was intense. Radiation and chemotherapy were administered over 6 months to fight the tumor, but further tests revealed the cancer spread to his lungs. The Malcolm family proceeded to support Rivers through additional treatments and unfortunately 2 relapses. The setbacks were devastating to the family and to Rivers' health. When his little body could no longer take the toxic treatments, the family proceeded with a Hail Mary option of using Rivers' own stem cells for a transplant method. In early 2013, the stem cells were captured through his blood after an agonizing 30 days of the highest dose of chemotherapy his little body would allow. The stem cells were inserted into his bone marrow to recharge his system. At this devastating point in his treatment, the Make-A-Wish Foundation reached out to the Malcolm family at the advice of Rivers' doctors to work on granting a wish for this little fighter. The Make-A-Wish volunteers sat down with Rivers and discussed things that made him happy and the things he was interested in. He told the volunteers how much he loved cows, horses, and working outside with his hands. He told them about the cows he would visit at some family friend's farm and the mama and baby cows that Santa had given him for Christmas. Less than a few weeks later, the volunteers suggested a trip to a dude ranch the entire family could enjoy together. The family decided, however, not to immediately take the offered respite. Instead, they focused on helping Rivers fully recover from the stem cell transplant so he would be able to fully enjoy his once-in-a-lifetime adventure. 1 year later, the entire family boarded an airplane set for Wyoming to spend a week at the Heart 6 Ranch. The Heart 6 Ranch is located north of Jackson Hole and close to Yellowstone National Park. For a week, Rivers and his family woke up early to eat a home-cooked meal and breakfast on the ranch, then went out riding horses for a few hours. They would come back for lunch before setting out again for an afternoon ride. At night, everyone would sit around a fire and make s'mores. The trip was so peaceful in pure nature. Each horseback ride was through a national forest with beautiful landscapes and nature's majesty. On several rides, Rivers, who wasn't supposed to ride on horseback by himself, would accompany the cowboys down to the river to let the horses drink and get a chance to live life like a kid should. He still recalls seeing bears, buffaloes, the natural springs, and his trips to the river as some of the best times in his life. Rivers and his family would also jet set out to visit Yellowstone, the rivers nearby, the Antler Arch, and a local rodeo that had more than 5,000 people in attendance. While at the rodeo, Rivers was recognized in front of the audience as a special guest who came from North Carolina on a wish to become a cowboy, and the crowd cheered with enthusiasm at the bravery of this warrior and welcomed him with open arms. To this day, Rivers recalls those fond memories of his wish and has each wonderful memory to share with his family, who has been there for him each step in this journey. Make-A-Wish states that a wish come true helps children feel stronger, more energetic, more willing, and able to battle their life-threatening medical conditions. For many, the wish marks a turning point in the fight against their illnesses. Doctors, nurses, and other health professionals say the wish experience works in concert with medicine to make their patients feel better emotionally and even physically. That is why wishes matter. In 2003, the NCAA Division II established a national alliance with Make-A-Wish. In the spirit of service, NCAA Division II student athletes, coaches, administrators, parents, fans, friends, and communities just like you here today and those across the country are working hard together to make a difference in the lives of Make-A-Wish families through their fundraising efforts. We at UNC Pembroke and everyone here today are here to celebrate the courage and the toughness of this true cowboy and his family. We ask for your support through donations, but ask you equally to take part in this celebration. Rivers continues his checkups every 3 months with Dr. Stuart Gold at UNC Children's Hospital in Chapel Hill, and we are pleased to recognize him and thank him and his family for letting us celebrate this difficult yet amazing milestone in their journey. Please join me in welcoming Rivers, his father Josh, his grandmother Malcolm, and his older sister Elena to today's Dude Ranch celebration.
beating Baylor 20-0 at the half. That game in Waco. That would be a pretty big upset, as the Longhorns already not going to be eligible for a bowl. The best they can finish is 5-7, but they can play spoiler to Baylor. That could be huge and really shake up bowl position down the home stretch of the college football season. Elsewhere in college football, we'll take a look here at some college football scores. Temple trailing Houston 17-3 in the American Athletic Championship game. That's it for our top 25 games that are underway right now. We've got the SEC Championship game, number 18 Florida taking on Alabama at 4 p.m. Eastern. Number 20 USC taking on Stanford at 7:45. Michigan State Iowa in the Big Ten Championship game, and North Carolina Clemson in the ACC Championship game. A bunch of top 25 women's college basketball games that will take place later today in college women's basketball. We'll run through those really quick. Central Connecticut at number 5 Maryland, VCU at number 17 Arizona State, Cal State Bakersfield at number 24 UCLA, St. Mary's at number 18 California, the big one, number 3 Notre Dame at number 1 Connecticut, BYU at number 12 Texas A&M, and Illinois State at number 23 DePaul. So one really good game in Division I women's college basketball today, and a bunch of other games that not necessarily appointment television. The game you're listening to right now, it's Lander 20, UNC Pembroke 21 at the break. 60 more seconds until the start of the second half. We'll take a very quick break on the Braves Radio Network and come back with the start of the second half. This has been the UNCP Braves Halftime Report.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearm storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
The moment my son saw a redwood tree.
It's huge!
Is the moment I knew that for him,
You can't even see the top of that thing.
even the sky has no limit.
There are some moments only the forest can inspire. Find yours at discovertheforest.org. Learn about forests near you and discover cool things to do when you go. Your moment is out there. Find it at discovertheforest.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Back here in Pembroke, start of the second half. UNCP with the ball as they switch sides, going now from right to left. Pritchard with the ball up top. Double team comes from Lander. Now on the left wing, it's Fuller, and she runs into a player. That's an offensive foul. Great job by Zandy to step in and take the charge. It's another turnover by the Braves. They had quite a few of those in the first half, 10 of those in the first half, and now less than 20 seconds into the start of the second half, they have their first turnover of that second half. The Braves do, however, have a 1-point lead. With Cody Parker, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Radio Network. And here come the Bearcats on their first possession of the second half. Third quarter just getting started here in Pembroke. Driving with the left hand, it's McKenneth, leaves it for Zandy. Now Crum tries to split a couple defenders, goes up with the right block layup, no good. Rebound being tipped around, Crum chases it down, offensive rebound for Lander. 20-footer on the way, back rim no good. That was McKenneth missing the shot, and a strong rebound in traffic by Phoenicia Lawson. Here come the Braves. In transition, spinning through a couple defenders, and traveling called. Chandrika Fuller takes it to the basket, and she turns it over again. 2 possessions, 2 turnovers for the Braves. We've only played 40 seconds here in the third quarter. So the Bearcats have the ball once again. UNCP with the 21-20 lead at the break, and we're still looking for the first bucket here in the third quarter. On the far sideline, Zandy gives it back towards the middle, McKenneth. Now on the far wing, Crum. Crum inside, kicks it out right side. Wallace spins towards the middle. Fall away jump shot off the back rim, no good. Sailing in for the defensive rebound is LaShonda Pritchard, and she's fouled. And now a Lander player a little bit shaken up. That's Jada Wallace, who goes to a knee here on the hardwood. Teammates checking on her. And looks like we'll get a sub for her as Sakasia Kelly will check back in. Lander picking up full court defensively, and they've caused some problems for the Braves with that press, but more so it's been in the half court, Cody. Locklear, the pass to Robinson. Check that, that's number 25, Pritchard in the game. Now Pritchard breaking the press. And dribbling with her left hand. Turns the corner, draws the foul. We'll get a reach-in foul on number 4, Kelly, who just checked in the game. That'll be her first and the team's second. Already we've seen a couple fouls in the first 90 seconds here of the third quarter. 2 team fouls on Lander, 1 on the Braves. UNCP has the ball, 30 on the shot clock, a 1-point lead, 8:45 to play in the third quarter. Looking to the post. It's Lawson, takes it with the right hand. Follow-away shot off the block, no good. And the defensive rebound, Lander. Zandy through a double team. They zip it up the court, looking up for Johnson. She couldn't stick a fork in that pass. It trickles out of bounds. That's a bad turnover there by the Bearcats.
Yeah, the Braves got lucky there. They had 2 people behind the Braves defense on that fast break.
The Braves dodge a bullet. Now they take it back up the other way. Breaking the press is Erica Williams. Finds Locklear, back to Williams. Screen from Pritchard. Handoff goes to Fuller. And now we'll get a whistle and a moving screen on UNCP. So another turnover by the Braves. And this third quarter starting a lot like how the second quarter ended up shaking out. Remember that second quarter, the final score in that second quarter, they played 10 minutes, they were 10 total points. Braves 7, Lander 3. I don't have it in front of me. I'm willing to bet that that was the lowest scoring quarter that Landers had all season. On the right wing, Zandy. Remember, this is a Lander team that scores almost 85 points per game. Dribble handoff, Zandy on the right wing. Jab step, pass goes to the right corner. Crum picked up by Locklear, driving with the left hand. Pass goes outside. Now Zandy, pass goes back to the right wing. Zandy at the top of the key. She tries a 3 ball, not this time. Long rebound, and it's chased down by UNCP. Lawson waiting for some help to materialize. Finally gets it to Locklear, who does get it across midcourt. Now on the left wing, Williams driving with the right hand, gets towards the basket, kick out. Locklear, right wing 3 ball, no good. Long rebound. 2 Braves there, they both run into each other, and now it's a 5-on-3 break for Lander. Taking it up the floor, McKenneth. She backs it back out. Skip pass, left corner, 3 ball on the way. Crum, it's good. Bree Crum knocks down the 3, and Lander takes a 2-point lead. So Landers finally matched their scoring total from last quarter, and they did it in 2.5 minutes. UNCP has yet to get on the board here in the third quarter. 23-21 Lander, 7:13 remaining in the third quarter. Entering into the post, Lawson, left block, back out to Williams in the left corner. Left wing, nice up fake there, driving the lane, a lot of contact. And the offensive foul called. Wow, Chandrika Fuller drove the lane. I did not think Malia McKenneth was set there. Obviously jumped right into McKenneth, but McKenneth's feet were not set, Cody.
Yeah, they certainly didn't seem to be.
I'm not sure I understand that call. Doesn't matter as the Braves turn it back over, and Lander has the ball with a 2-point lead. 7:05 remaining third quarter. John Haskins brings on 3 new players for the Braves who are now out there running with Huntley, Locklear, Robinson, Monley, and Erica Williams. Lander facing a Braves zone. Pass tipped away from Johnson, gets it back, drives the lane with the right hand, goes up and in and one. Rashae Johnson, the Peach Belt Conference's leading scorer, looking to start getting going here. That's her first points of this game. She averages 21 a game, and they held her scoreless in the first half. Foul called on number 13, Jasmine Huntley. That's a pretty big mismatch on the low block. Rashae Johnson listed at just 5'9", but she is strong. She can't get the free throw to complete the 3-point play. The lead remains at 4 for the Bearcats. Here comes Huntley up the near sideline. Taking it with her left hand towards the left wing. Now dribbling with the right back up top. Dribble handoff back on the left wing again. Here's Williams, who reverses court. Up top to Robinson. Skips the ball to the far side. Now in the left corner. They'll feed Monley in the left block. And they will say there's a foul. Armbar foul called on Kelly. Check that. Called on Zandy. And that is her third, team's third. So 3 team fouls on Lander, 4 on the Braves already, and haven't even played 4 whole minutes yet in this third quarter. Could see a lot of free throws in this third quarter. Williams directing traffic at the top of the key for the Braves. She handoffs to Locklear on the far side. Dangerous pass. Robinson able to make the catch. Leaves it back for Locklear. Up fake. Now driving with the left hand towards the free throw line. Finds Monley on the left block. Spins back towards the middle. Double team comes. Fall away jump shot no good. Offensive rebound Williams. And she emerges from the pile with the rebound. Locklear 3 ball. Not this time. Offensive rebound Monley. Monley on the block. Shot clock resets. Pass goes back out towards Huntley. It's intercepted. Behind the back dribble. McKenneth taking it up the far side. Great pass. Finds Crum. Blocked by Locklear, but they call a foul. Wow. What a sequence that was.
Yeah, I believe she got pretty much all on there.
6:03 remaining third quarter. Second foul on Avery Locklear. Team's 5th, which means Lander will shoot free throws the rest of the way this quarter. That was a shooting foul, so it doesn't matter how many team fouls it was. UNCP, though, 6 turnovers already this quarter in 4 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to have to be a lot more disciplined here through the rest of the quarter, both, as you just mentioned, to limit turnovers and 6 minutes to be in the bonus. That's a lot of time. They need to be disciplined on the defensive end.
Braves also need to get something to fall here from the field. They haven't scored yet in this quarter. Second free throw also good from Crum. She makes both. It's a 27-21 Lander lead. UNCP right now 0 of 4 from the field to start this quarter, but 6 turnovers. Huntley drives right to the basket and lays it in on the left block. She got right to the rim there. The defense parted like the Red Sea. Taking up the court is Crum. She backs it back out. 27-23. And here is Kenneth looking into the paint. Pass tipped and stolen. Good hands by Locklear. Monley there to grab the loose ball. Here come the Braves. Huntley driving inside. Locklear wide open. Right wing 3 ball. Not this time. Defensive rebound Kelly. Here come the Bearcats looking up ahead. They got Johnson out in front. She gets to the right block. Puts up the layup. No good. Great job by Monley to sneak back in defensively. Get the stop and the rebound. Here comes Huntley. Runs right towards the middle, driving with her right hand. Kick out to the right corner. Robinson hands it back off for Huntley in the right corner. 20 to shoot for the Braves, 5:10 remaining in the third quarter. Braves down by 4. Robinson on the left side, now on the left wing. Looking to Monley on the left block. Double team comes. It's tipped away. She needs to get rid of it. Finds Williams. Williams driving with the right hand. Here's Huntley. Open Locklear. She steps into a 16-footer with 4 on the shot clock. It's good. Avery Locklear. What a great extra pass by Jasmine Huntley.
Yeah, great ball movement around there on that possession. Inside, outside, around the arc. Good movement.
It looked like Lander was playing zone there, and the Braves were able to find some open space. At the top of the key, Johnson holds from the free throw line, driving with the right hand, gets past Monley and draws the foul as she missed the layup. But it'll be 2 free throws on the way for Brashay Johnson. 27-25, Lander has the lead. And before those free throws come, we've got a timeout on the floor. 4:36 remaining in the third quarter. Scoring starting to come a little bit for both teams. As the Bearcats have a 2-point lead. You're listening to the Braves Radio Network. Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court on ribbon cutting ceremony day for Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. And the ceremony will take place before the start of the men's game. Still got to finish this women's game. 4:36 to go in the third quarter. Lander with a 2-point lead, and they're at the line trying to add to it. Brashay Johnson knocks down the first free throw. Lander will be in the bonus the rest of this third quarter. Johnson bends at the knees, a 74% free throw shooter on the season. Fires the second free throw and gets it to fall. So she has 4 points. The Peach Belt Conference leading scorer was held scoreless in the first half. Inbounds pass to Stevens. She gets it up the far sideline. Here come the Braves. Williams sees the double team. Now a triple team comes, and the pass looking for Stevens. It's stolen, and here comes Crum. Getting towards the basket, kick out. At the top of the key, Johnson. Johnson getting to the basket, goes up with a double pump layup, and it falls. Sanaya Johnson, the junior guard from Rockford, Illinois, averages 17 points per game. She has her first bucket in this one. Huntley with the high dribble back up the floor. Stevens, now the pass to Robinson, straightaway 3 ball. Short, no good. Defensive rebound, Lander. Here come the Bearcats again, in transition. To the left wing, kick out. Wide open, left wing 3 for Johnson, and it falls. Just like that, Lander's opened up a 9-point lead. Quick break there for Lander, and UNCP wants a timeout. John Haskins calls the first timeout of the second half, and we will take it with them. 3:53 remaining in the third quarter. It's Lander 34, UNCP 25 on the Braves Radio Network. Lander has scored the last 7 points in this game and has opened the third quarter on a 14-4 run to take a 9-point lead. With Cody Parker, I'm Cameron Songer. Braves inbounding as they go from right to left across the court. Inbounds pass goes to Jasmine Huntley. They have 22 to shoot. Sadeja Love checking into the game for the first time here for the Braves, as they will call the foul down low. It's called on number 24, Sanaya Johnson, her second, team's fourth, so now Lander is just one more away from being in the penalty. Inbounds pass to the far wing, held up top by Williams. Williams with her right hand, now Huntley. Robinson at the top of the key, looking down low, back out. Now Huntley in the right corner, thought about the three, up fake, and they'll call three in the key on Sadeja Love, who was camped out under the basket. Another Braves turnover. That's become a real problem here in the third quarter. They had a bunch in the first quarter, really cut down in the second quarter, but now the third quarter, that's already 8 turnovers in this period.
Yeah, both teams turned the ball over a lot in that first half, with Lander having 12 also.
Now Lander has just 3 turnovers here in the third period. And the Braves, check, they had 11 in the first half, and now 7 in this third quarter. 3-point attempt, nothing but net. Now nothing can miss here. Sanaya Johnson with another one. She's up to 8 points. She's second on the team behind Bree Crum in that column here today. Huntley in front of the Lander bench, lost it, gets it back, dribbled off her foot, out of bounds, but they'll call the foul first, blocking foul on Lander. Well, that was not one for the highlight reel there for Jasmine Huntley. And they'll say instead it's an offensive foul on Huntley. So now free throws for Landers. That was a loose ball foul. Boy, I thought at first they were calling the blocking foul. John Haskins just wants the explanation from the officials. I don't know how mad he can possibly be the way his team has just really kind of fallen apart here in the third quarter. They had a 1-point lead at halftime. Now they trail by 12. 2 free throws on the way. First one up and good for Sanaya Johnson. This is seeing a complete reversal here between the second and third quarters. In that second quarter, Lander couldn't throw the ball in the basket, and now UNCP, well, they'd like to be able to get some shots up, but such suffocating defense here by the Bearcats.
Yeah, and for the Bearcats, Brashay Johnson really heating up. That last score was her 3rd in a row that she's hit, 2 straight from downtown.
Braves running back the other way. Fuller had a cutting. Robinson didn't get it to her. Fuller takes it to the basket herself, draws the foul, and it will be Chandrika Fuller shooting free throws. Mary Robinson goes over and gives her a high five. I think she's frustrated there because Robinson had a step on everybody else up the floor, was calling for the ball as she ran right up the middle in the lane and didn't get the basketball. So it's a 13-point Lander lead. At the line, shooting 2 for UNCP is Fuller, and she swishes home the first free throw. Chandrika Fuller will have one more. A 79% free throw shooter through the team's first 5 games. And she'll have one more free throw. 38-26, second free throw is up and good. Now it's just an 11-point game. Fuller with 4 points. Braves sag back defensively. Great crossover by Crum. She lost the ball as she got into the lane and then commits the foul on the fight for the loose ball. Nice job by Robinson to track that ball down. Crum got a little too fancy with that dribble. Kind of did a hesitation, between the legs crossover, and suddenly the ball was out of her hand.
Yeah, it looked like she was trying to splice between the defenders, but the way they were kind of staggered, it would have been tough to do.
So the Braves will be shooting free throws once again. Both teams in the bonus. We could see a lot more free throws in the last 2 minutes and 52 seconds of this third quarter. Mary Robinson trying to cut into the lead. First free throw is good. Robinson gets her 4th point of the afternoon, and the lead now at 10. Second free throw rattles home. 38-29 now. Lander with the lead and the ball. Bree Crum walks it up. Lander wearing their blue tops with the yellow trim. Dribble handoff to the right wing, held by Reynolds. Now in the right corner, Crum. Nice pocket pass, up and under shot. No good. That was Brashay Johnson trying to get going once again. And the Braves running in transition again. Getting right inside, kick out to the left wing. Stevens had to go down low to make the catch. Robinson tees up a 3 ball from straight away. It's off the rim, no good. Offensive rebound, Ebony Stevens. Takes it in front of the Braves bench on the right wing, then picks up her dribble. Pass goes back out top to Fuller. Now back to Stevens on the right wing. Stevens driving with the left hand to get inside. Pass to Robinson. Robinson trying to draw the defense. Finds Love. Pass goes back to Robinson in the right corner. Drives right baseline. Goes up, and she is fouled. A lot of contact there. She bounces off contact. Brashay Johnson called for the foul there. That's big. That's her 3rd. And for the Peach Belt Conference leading scorer and the leading rebounder for Lander, now has 3 fouls. with 2 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the third quarter. 2 free throws for Mary Robinson, who calmly knocks down the first. It's now an 8-point game. Robinson up to 6 points now for the Braves. She has 1 more free throw. Braves getting the job done at the free throw line here in this third quarter after they shot 3 of 6 from the line in the first half. 1 more free throw for Robinson. Can't get it this time. So that rattled out, and the lead remains at 38-30. 2:07 remaining in the third quarter. Bearcats with the ball. Here's Crum near midcourt. To the right side, it's Reynolds. Back out to Crum. And on the left side, to the left wing, Johnson. Looking to the left corner. Crum tracks down the pass. Skip pass to the right side. Reynolds tees up a triple, and it falls. Tyhensha Reynolds from downtown. A quick timeout, this time from Lander. It'll be just a 30-second timeout, and we will keep it here. Braves starting to really give up a lot of three-pointers, Cody.
Yeah, during that first half, Lander took a lot, but the defense was pretty solid for the most part, and Lander shot only 2 of 12 from downtown in that opening half. But I believe they've hit 3 or 4 now here in this third quarter alone, and that's a big reason why their lead's grown like it is.
Lander now 6 of 17 from behind the arc. They push the lead back up to double digits. 1:51 remaining. Lander now will have just 2 timeouts remaining in this game. So will John Haskins and the Braves. UNCP will have some time off after this game for final exam week. And they're next in action on next week, Sunday, a week from tomorrow, when they take on the Apprentice School. That'll be available right here on the Braves Radio Network and on the YouTube broadcast. The next broadcast after the men's game immediately following this game will be a week from today, men's basketball against Mount Olive. Finals week means no games for UNCP sports. Up top, Robinson to the right wing. It's Fuller dribbling with her left hand, trying to draw the defense. 15 to shoot for the Braves. Double team comes. They find Locklear on the left side. She dribbles back towards the middle. Robinson, the pass to the right or to the left side. Stevens tries a floater left baseline. Strong and no good. Defensive rebound by Reynolds. She pushes. To the left side, Crum. Now over to the left wing once again, Johnson. Picked up by Locklear. Over to Crum. Here's Reynolds. Reynolds now driving with the left hand. Lost it. Had it poked away. Stevens recovers the basketball. Here come the Braves. Looking up ahead. 2-on-1 opportunity. Great pass. Sadeja Love. Layup can't go. And the rebound tips to Fuller, who made that pass. Now left wing 3-ball. Stevens. Not this time. Defensive rebound Wallace for the Bearcats. She pushes up ahead. Got a man. Right-handed layup is good. Ashley Zandy snuck out behind the Braves defense and is rewarded with the transition bucket. Under a minute to play. Landers push the lead to 13. Chandrika Fuller up the left wing. Spins past the defender, had the ball tipped away and stolen. Nice hands by Reynolds. Now a 3-on-2 break to the elbow. Right corner, 3-ball for Reynolds. Way short, barely drew iron. Love with the rebound. 2-second difference now, shot and game clock. Braves will hold for what's essentially going to be the last shot. Walking it up is Chandrika Fuller, picked up defensively by Reynolds. Tight defense on her, she spins away. And now the Braves just call out their signal, 13 to shoot. Chandrika Fuller dribbling, and now the defender will back off. Love will set the screen. Fuller taking it to the far sideline, down to 4 to shoot. Stevens, 2 to shoot, and they're not going to be able to get this off. Mary Robinson at the top of the key. A shot is up and it's no good. Shot clock violation anyway, and they will talk about how much time should be left on the clock. Game clock showing 0.2 seconds remaining, but there should be more than that. Lander will have to go the length of the floor. I can't imagine they really want to get a shot up here. Probably will just throw the ball in, hold it, and go to the end of the third quarter. What a quarter it's been, though, for the Bearcats, though, Cody.
Yeah, 22 points, which was more than they had in the entire first half, which that was a very low-scoring half, to be fair, but still a pretty big quarter for Lander here, which falls more in line with what they've been doing early in the season.
1.7 seconds now remaining in the third quarter as they make a couple substitutions. Now the officials talk things over. Barring anything crazy in these last 1.7 seconds, the score in this third quarter will ultimately be Lander 23, UNCP 9. You don't want to be on the wrong end of too many of those quarters. You don't want to be in single digits in scoring in a quarter. Both teams had single-digit points in the third quarter, which was just an anomaly. It was 7-3 in that second quarter. Yeah, you didn't miss much if you're just joining us. They get it in. Crum crosses over, gets the shot up near midcourt. They'll say it was too late anyway. It misses anyway, and that is finally how the third quarter will end. One the Braves probably want to forget. They will go into the fourth quarter trailing 43-30. You're listening to UNCP Women's Basketball on the Braves Radio Network.
Last night we put on an epic light show.
Yeah, we did.
The crowd loved us. We love the crowd.
Wait, but there were only 4 people out there.
Yeah, but did you see their 4 faces? All 8 of their eyes lit up brighter than ours. And we're fireflies.
Yeah, we are.
Hey, that one girl, she looked like she'd never seen glow-in-the-dark like this before, and we invented glow-in-the-dark.
Yeah, we invented it.
And we're going to be out here every night rocking out our light show at a forest near you.
Woohoo!
So come check us out.
Check us out.
And bring your kid, all ages show.
Start of the 4th quarter on Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. The Braves need a big run to cut this 13-point deficit. UNCP women's basketball, the Peach Belt Conference opener as they take on the Lander Bearcats. With Cody Parker, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for joining us. Lander with the ball to start the 4th quarter. They've got the 13-point lead. Braves in a 3-2 zone defense right now on the right wing. It's held by Reynolds. She gets it back up top to Johnson. Johnson with a deep three-pointer, and it's good. Right in the face of Avery Locklear. Sanaya Johnson just can't miss in the second half.
Yeah, and you would imagine that move to the 3-2 zone was to prevent those threes that Lander got in the 3rd quarter there, and immediately they come out and get another.
Well, usually you don't shoot from a step and a half behind the three-point arc with more than 10 seconds left on the shot clock, but that's exactly what she did. When you're feeling it, you're feeling it. Braves missed the fall-away layup there, a tough shot there for Pritchard. Lander able to recover that ball. They almost dribbled it off someone's foot, it looked like, as it trickled near the scorer's table. They'll hold at the top of the key. Bree Crum calling out the play, trying to break down Huntley. Gets towards the basket. Nice pass, up and under shot for Johnson, but she stepped on the baseline in the process of making the catch. Turnover Lander, and the Braves will get the ball back. 46-30 is the score. 9-10 to go in this ball game. Braves got just 9 points there in the 3rd quarter. Huntley to the left corner. Double team comes. She takes the ball with her right hand back up top. As that's one way to avoid a double team. Locklear for 3 from the right wing. It's no good. Fight for the offensive rebound, and the Braves come away with it. Nice job by Pritchard to track it down. Now looking into the low block. Monley gets triple team. Kick out goes back to the left corner. Pritchard dribbling with the right hand. 20 to shoot. Had the ball poked away. Gets it back. Skip pass to the far side. Locklear makes the tough catch. Drives with her right hand and banks home the layup on the right block. She had an open Jasmine Huntley in the right corner, but the way the Braves are shooting those 3 balls, Locklear said, I'll shoot the layup. Even though it was a tough layup, she got it to go. 14-point Lander lead, held on the right wing by Tyhensha Reynolds. She gets a screen, pick and roll. Johnson gets right to the basket and lays it in with the right hand. That is just too easy.
Yeah, she's really turned it up here in this second half. She was pretty quiet in the opening, but in that 3rd quarter, she just went off, and she's continuing here early in the 4th.
Braves working around the perimeter from right to left. It's Pritchard on the left wing. Pass going up top. Robinson makes the catch, and she's fouled. Bree Crum tried to come in and make the interception and ran right in to Mary Robinson. That'll be the 4th personal foul on the point guard, Bree Crum. And now a decision for Kevin Peterson and the Lander coaching staff. It looks like they will finally make the late substitution here and keep Bree Crum from fouling out right now. On comes Mylea McKenneth, sophomore guard from Durham, North Carolina. Braves counter. Offensively, they've got Pritchard, Robinson, Locklear, Huntley, and in the post, that's number 34, Phoenicia Lawson. Fresh 30 to shoot for the Braves. 8:04 remaining in the ball game. Locklear on the far side. Pass goes back up top, Robinson. That's nearly stolen, and Robinson lost it. Looked like that ball got kind of stuck on her hip as she made the dribble move, and she carried it traveling, and the Braves with another turnover. That puts them up over 20 turnovers in the game as Lander comes back on offense with the 16-point lead. Under 8 to play in this ball game. Dribbling up top. Tyhensha Reynolds calling out the play. Dribbles it between her legs. Huntley not really chasing her 25 feet from the basket. Up top, the pass goes to Zandy. Now she throws the chest pass to the right side. Skip pass up top. Johnson driving the lane, gets hit, and she's fouled. Phoenicia Lawson commits the foul there on Sanaya Johnson's drive. And 2 free throws on the way for Sanaya Johnson. Lawson committing the foul. It's her first, team's first. 16-point Lander lead. 7:35 to play in this one. And 2 free throws on the way for Sanaya Johnson. 56% free throw shooter on the season. She bends at the knees and fires the free throw. Nothing but net. Substitution for the Braves. Rachel Temple checks into the game for the first time. She'll replace Avery Locklear. Rachel Temple, redshirt senior guard who played at Eckerd College in 2012-2013. She's played just 10 total minutes so far this year. Scored 1 point, so looking for her first field goal. And gets Locklear out of the game. Another shooter for the Braves. One shooter for the second free throw, no good, so the lead remains at 17. 7:30 left in this ball game. Huntley across the timeline. Lander starting to sag off a little bit defensively. Handoff goes to Pritchard. Lander's in a zone, pass going for Huntley, and she went the wrong way. It goes behind her. Another Braves turnover. Been just an awful lot of those in this game, Cody.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to stay in a game when you have so many turnovers. And the defense was good enough in the first half to keep them in it. But there in that third quarter, not so much.
22 turnovers now in this game for the Braves. Dribbling at the top of the key, Lander has Reynolds. Now on the left elbow, Johnson faces up, gets right to the basket, lays it up. Can't get it to fall, but draws the foul. A late whistle coming in from the weak side. Foul called on Lawson. Her second, team second. Exactly 7 minutes remaining now in the fourth quarter. Lander can get up over the 50-point mark with just one of these two free throws from Brashay Johnson. She takes her time, lines up the first free throw of two. It's off the back rim and no good. So the score remains 49-32. Crowd starting to fill in here at Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. A big day. Peach Belt Conference opener, getting ready for that men's game, which will start 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Second free throw, no good. Lawson with the strong rebound in traffic, gets it up ahead to Huntley. Here come the Braves after the empty trip by the Bearcats. Huntley with her left hand has it poked away from behind and stolen. Last touched by Lander, though, and the Braves will get it back. Shot clock did not reset, but only 8 seconds off it. 22 to shoot for the Braves, 6:51 to play in the ball game. Down by 17. Pritchard to inbound in the left corner. Just on the sideline. That's a tough angle. Not a spot you really practice inbounding the ball. She gets it into Huntley. Not a ton of pressure on the catch this time. Huntley with her right hand. Gets it to Temple in the right corner. Now Robinson, three ball. Not this time. Rebound being tipped around. Great hustle. Pritchard saves the loose ball. Lawson. Now Temple, right corner three. It's good. Rachel Temple with her first field goal of the season. That could be the spark the Braves need to make a little bit of a run right now.
It needs to happen pretty soon. There's still time, but time is certainly dwindling with such a big lead.
Time not on the Braves' side, to say the least. Zandy on the right wing gets to the free throw line. Now it'll be a three-point attempt from Johnson on the left side. A rare miss from her after the pass was zipped over to her in front of the Lander bench. That was a deep three. And here comes Huntley. Gets inside the arc, spins it back out, takes it back with the top of the key. Dribbling with her left hand, handoff to Pritchard. Pritchard goes back over to Huntley, left corner. Lander sitting back in a 2-3 zone right now. Driving up top, and they'll call the blocking foul as Tyhensha Reynolds not able to cut off Huntley without her feet being set. So a blocking foul there on number 23, Tyhensha Reynolds. All PBC, all preseason selection. And that'll be her second, team's third. 5:56 to play in the fourth quarter. A couple substitutions come on for Lander. Johnson will go to the bench. Braves get it in. Need some answers, need some buckets. They've got Temple on the right wing, goes back out top to Huntley with the pass. Now Pritchard on the left side. Jump pass looking for Temple, and the pass is too high over her, over the Braves bench, and into the second row of the bleachers. Turnover number 23 in this game by the Braves. And the Lander Bearcats will get the ball back on offense and have an opportunity to run a little bit more clock. 5:40 to play in this game. On the right wing, driving to the baseline. Nice pass, wide open layup on the left block. It's good. Jada Wallace on the assist by Tyhensha Reynolds. What a tale of two halves this game has been. Braves won a very low-scoring defensive battle in the first half, and in the second half, Lander really put the clamps down. Lawson on the right block. She gets the foul called against the Lander defender, and was she in the process of shooting? They'll say she was. So 2 free throws on the way for Phoenicia Lawson. It was a awfully long shooting window there that they gave her. Looked like there was a blocking foul called, then she spun and put the shot up. But I guess it's all part of the shooting motion, so 2 free throws for Phoenicia Lawson. Off the back rim, no good. She can't hit the first free throw. Braves at the free throw line today, 8 of 13 now. Lander, in contrast, 10 of 17, so neither team really putting on a clinic at the free throw line. Second free throw for Lawson. Gets it to go. and it's down to a 15-point game. Lawson now has 3 points. The junior from Reedsville, North Carolina, stays in the game. Lander makes a couple more substitutions. Going to the bench is Ashley Zandy. She's one of their real gunners from downtown. Bree Crum walks it up. Point guard out there with 4 fouls for the Bearcats. She has 10 points. Pass goes back to Crum in the right corner. 3-point attempt is good. Bree Crum on the assist by Tyhensha Reynolds. And Lander fired up right now. It's a 54-39 lead for the Bearcats. On the right side, Temple goes back up top to the pass. Robinson. They skip it around Pritchard. Left side, free throw line extended. Have an open Temple in the right corner. Up fake. One dribble pull-up jump shot from just inside the arc. No good. Offensive rebound. Pritchard. She lays it up and in. LaShonda Pritchard with the second effort. 54-38 now the Bearcats lead. As we're under 5 minutes to play. Crum walks it up. Handoff. Bounces off the chest of Wallace, who finally tracks it down. Braves sagging off in that 3-2 zone defensively. Dribble handoff. Long 3-point attempt. Johnson. Nothing but net. Sanaya Johnson. She still can't miss. She leads all scorers with 16. Lander's lead is now 19. Huntley, the pass to Temple on the far wing. Goes back up top, Robinson. Long 2 on the way, Pritchard around the rim and out. Lander with the rebound. Here comes Wallace across the timeline. Leaves it for Reynolds. Reynolds at the top of the key. Pritchard picks her up. Dribble handoff, Crum. Dribbling with her left hand. Will get a whistle and a foul away from the ball. 3:57 remaining in the fourth quarter. Lander up 57-38. The foul called on number 25, LaShonda Pritchard. And that takes us to a timeout. We will take it as well. 3:57 remaining in this one. Might not be enough time for a comeback here for the Braves. They trail by 19. Back here in Pembroke, where the Lander Bearcats have a 57-38 lead over UNCP women's basketball. Halfway through the fourth quarter here on the conference opener for both teams. Ribbon cutting ceremony for Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court will take place between the women's and men's games. Lander has the ball, low block, fall away jump shot, no good. Offensive rebound, tipped back up and in. Brashay Johnson with the left hand right under the basket, and that's, again, way too easy for the Bearcats. They push the lead up over 20. Temple with the catch on the right wing. Lost the ball on the dribble. It's stolen away by Johnson. Up in transition, up ahead. Reynolds right to the basket, lays it in with the right hand. Turnovers are killing the Braves in this game. And that has just been the story over and over again. Now 24 turnovers in this ball game by the black and gold. Temple on the far side. Looking inside for Lawson. Makes the catch, and she was fouled. And that's the 15th foul on the Bearcats. Hey, we're going to see some free throws. Phoenicia Lawson will get to the free throw line. Foul called to number 35, Brashay Johnson, her 4th, team's 5th, and Lander in the penalty. 3:24 to go. It's 61-38 Bearcats. Free throw around the rim and out. Phoenicia Lawson can't hit. We'll see some substitutions for the Braves. Avery Locklear will check in and replace Rachel Temple. Ebony Stevens on for LaShonda Pritchard. And Dee Perdue will check in for Phoenicia Lawson pending this free throw. One more free throw for Phoenicia Lawson. Junior forward from Reedsville, North Carolina. Bends at the knees, back rim no good on that free throw, so she comes up empty from the line. Here come the Bearcats again. Crum in transition, getting through the defense. Kick out goes to the left corner, wide open 3. Sanaya Johnson, it's over everything, off the side of the backboard. And here come the Braves again after the defensive rebound. Huntley, kick out, right wing, and a tough catch there That wasn't able to be caught by Nadine Ely, who checked into the game. Her first action of the season. Locklear off the dribble, three-pointer off the rim, no good. Lander with the rebound. How about that? The Braves clearing the bench, and this is our first time we'll see Nadine Ely, redshirt freshman guard, redshirted last year, her first collegiate action. Number 2 in the white jersey. Up top, Johnson throws the pass to the right wing, Crum. Johnson now dialing long distance, around the rim, no good. Rebound tipped around, it gets right back to Johnson, who followed her own shot, goes up with the shot. She's fouled near the basket, and she will get to the free throw line for 2 shots. Foul called on Phoenicia Lawson, her third, team's 4th. With 2:36 remaining in the 4th quarter, at the line to shoot 2 shots is Sanaya Johnson, junior guard from Auburn High School in Rockford, Illinois. Johnson fires the first free throw, and it rattles out. Free throw shooting has not been great for either side. Lander now 10 of 18, UNC Pembroke 9 of 16. D. Purdue checks in and replaces Phoenicia Lawson for the Braves. Braves out there with Locklear, Purdue, Ely, and it looks like Chandrika Fuller out there with Mary Robinson as well. That's the Braves' 5. Second free throw is good, and that makes it 17 points in the game for Sanaya Johnson. That's exactly her season average, and she will go to the bench. That's probably it for her today. 2:33 to play. Robinson swings it over to Locklear, who skips the pass to the far side. Leaping catch made by Williams on the left wing. They work it around the perimeter. Ely looking to the post. Purdue catches on the right block, and she's fouled as she tried the right-handed hook shot. It'll be 2 free throws for D. Purdue. Purdue had her first action of the season in the game against Wingate on Tuesday. Played 1 minute, scored 2 points. Now she has 2 free throws. First free throw for her is short and no good. D. Purdue, redshirt sophomore forward, who played 4 games for a total of 15 minutes last year, will have 1 more free throw. Braves down 62-38, 2:21 remaining in this ball game. Second free throw for Purdue, nothing but net, and D. Purdue scores her first point of this game, her 3rd point of the season. Bearcats have the ball once again. 62-39 now the score. Pass goes to the left wing, where it's held by Victoria Baldwin. Pass goes back out top. Here's Wade, leaves it for Shares. 3-point attempt, left wing, it's good. Everybody hitting now. Victoria Baldwin getting in on the action. Coming into this game, she was 5 of 30 from the field. All of those attempts were from downtown. And you can see why. She's a pretty good shooter when she has space. Ely gets inside the arc, leaves it for Purdue. 16 feet from the basket, leaves it back over for Ely. Pass goes back out top. Robinson, Locklear, they work it all the way around the perimeter from right to left. Now Locklear up top, gets a screen from Robinson, driving with her right hand. Ely on the right wing, posts up Purdue, 10 to shoot for the Braves, spins in the middle. And the shot no good. Defensive rebound, Lander. Everyone on the Braves bench was ready to get excited about D. Purdue's field goal attempt. It didn't fall. In the lane, jump stop, and the bucket good. Jada Wallace pulled the trigger just inside, just short of the free throw line. And this one really starting to get out of hand. 67-39, Lander with the lead. Ely from way downtown, off the rim, no good. The rebound bounces into the right corner, out of bounds, off the Braves. Lander to inbound. 1 minute and 15 seconds left in this game. After this second half, really not going the way of the Braves. They had a 21-20 lead at halftime. Since then, it's been pretty much all Bearcats. 67-39 the score right now. As this very explosive Lander offense took a while to get going. And now they are really firing on all cylinders. Shears, the pass to the left side. 3-point attempt blocked. And it will be last touched by the Braves. So Lander inbounds, under a minute to go. 57.5 seconds, 13 on the shot clock. After that 3-point attempt was blocked. Looked like that was Jada Wallace who took that attempt. I think Avery Locklear was the one to get a hand on it. On the left side, down to 11 to shoot. Held at the top of the key by Baldwin. Dribbling now is Wade. Takes it to the top of the key. 5 to shoot. Pass to the right wing. Baldwin, a deep 3. It's good. Lander cannot miss in the 4th quarter and really throughout the second half. 70-39 now is the score. 40 seconds left to play. Ely on the far side. Pass goes back out to Robinson. They post up Purdue. Double team comes, goes back out to Ely. Right wing, 3 ball. Back rim, no good. Rebound bounces again towards the corner. Purdue tracks it down. And the pass looking for Ely trickles away. Lander makes the steal. Shot clock now turned off. They've got a 3-on-2 break. Taking it towards the basket. Left hand layup, no good. Offensive rebound being tipped around, put back up and in. Why not? Leah Pettit chasing down the rebound and laying it in. 72-39. Up the far sideline to Ely. Almost lost the ball. Down to 11 to play. Top of the key. Now Locklear, left wing three. No good. Defensive rebound by Lander. They don't need to get it over the timeline. They can just hold. A long pass. And Locklear tried to intercept. It's still caught by Wallace. And this horn will sound. The game is over. Lander 72, UNCP 39. As Cody, we don't have a lot of time to wrap this one up. I'm not sure there's much we really want to say about this one. Just a completely different second half for Lander, at least on the offensive end.
Yeah, it seems the story with this game. All the three-pointers that Lander didn't hit in the first half, they hit every one of them in the second half. I mean, they just really exploded from downtown in that third and fourth quarter, and Pembroke's offense just didn't really keep up.
Final score in this one, 72-39. UNCP with the loss drops to 3-3 on the season. They lose their Peach Belt Conference opener. Lander improves to 5-2 on the season, and they win their Peach Belt Conference opener. We've got a time for a break here on the UNCP Braves radio network. About 30 minutes in between now and the tip-off of the men's basketball game. We'll be back in about 20 minutes for the pregame show, the dedication ceremony of Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. Final score here once again, 72-39. Lander knocking off UNCP women's basketball in the Peach Belt opener for both teams. This has been UNCP women's basketball. A quick shout out to Brian Williams, our producer on the radio side, Elka Grutos, our director on the video side. Don't go anywhere. I mean, you know, get up, get a drink, whatever. Men's basketball coming up in about half an hour on the Braves radio network. Live from Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court on the campus of UNC Pembroke, it's the Peach Belt Conference opener between the UNCP Braves and the Lander Bearcats. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks again for joining us. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer. Shane, a pretty good one on tap here today, and some interesting storylines for the Braves. We'll get to them over the course of the pregame show. Of course, probably none bigger than the fact that the Braves playing without preseason All-American Quamaine Rose for the rest of the season.
Yeah, devastating loss here for the Braves. If there's one guy you look at on this Braves roster that is electrifying and can turn a game and momentum at any moment, it is Quamaine Rose, out with that knee injury. And it's really going to be up to this Braves bench to really kind of invigorate a team that, you know, at times has struggled.
Yeah, last time out, the Braves, you could tell they were, that was before the announcement that Rose was out for the season. They were kind of in limbo, and it was a 66-54 loss to Wingate. And the Braves had 16 turnovers in the game, shot just 2 of 15 from behind the arc and 29% from the field overall. And you could tell they were really missing Quamaine Rose out there. The Braves still have a 5-2 record on the season. They're number 20 in the coaches poll, the most recent coaches poll. Granted, they might drop out of the top 25 with that loss to Wingate, and especially if they end up losing here today. Lander on the other side, 6-2 on the season. They were picked to finish in the bottom 3 teams out of the 14-team Peach Belt Conference, but a good season so far. First-year head coach Steve Roberts really has this team moving in the right direction.
Yeah, when you predict to finish at the bottom and you're 6-2 to start a season and you've got a first-year head coach, this is right where you want to be. You're playing with nothing to lose when people predict you to be last. And so I think Lander's coming out having some fun, playing some solid basketball.
Last year, Lander was 19-9 with an 11-8 mark in the Peach Belt Conference. Braves last season were 26-6, 15-4 in the Peach Belt. So difficult to beat the Braves on what is now Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. We'll have the ribbon-cutting ceremony officially dedicating it in just a few minutes. But the Braves ended up reaching the Peach Belt Conference semifinals in the second round of the NCAA tournament. Lander split this regular season series against the Braves. And this season, I mean, obviously they're playing without some of those guys from last year. A lot of turnover on that Lander roster. They've got some young guys, but they've been good so far this season. Wins against Brevard, Carson Newman, Limestone, Payne, and Livingstone, as well as Erskine. And their losses were to King and St. Augustine's. They are 3-0 on the road, 2-0 in overtime games. Some interesting split stats there this season for Lander. And their last time out was on Wednesday, a 69-54 win against Erskine, in which the Bearcats shot 47% from behind the arc. They had a plus 18 rebound margin, and they only allowed 3 offensive rebounds. This is a team that hits the glass.
Yeah, and it's hard to do. I mean, second chances can be everything in a basketball game. You're talking plus 18. Anytime you can get those second efforts on the offensive boards, or even, you know, you get the defensive rebounds, it's just awesome, an awesome statistic to look at, you know. And the Braves are having some success this year. I was looking at the rebound margins earlier, yeah, plus 3.6. So they are out rebounding by a narrow margin, but you know, those extra possessions could be all it takes in a close ball game.
It could be a close ball game today as the Braves continue to adjust to life without Quamaine Rose. The all-time series, actually, the Lander Bearcats own the series edge, 28-21, but the Braves have owned the series recently. They've won 9 of the last 13, and since the 2006-2007 season, Braves have won 10 out of 16. The key players for Lander, I mean, obviously they have a fairly deep roster. They go 12 deep, but there are 2 guys to keep an eye on. Number 10, J.R. Washington, a junior wing from Manassas, Virginia, is 4th in the Peach Belt Conference in scoring at 22 points a game. And their post player, a senior from Australia, number 45, Scott Elder, who's 3rd in the Peach Belt in rebounds at almost 9 boards a game. Well, the Braves are going to have to be strong on the glass today if they want to have a chance against this Lander team. About 5 minutes left to go on the clock here, and it looks like we've got a special ceremony going on here on the floor, the official dedication of Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court, and this is what is being said over the PA. I've got the script here in front of me, and it sounds a little something like this. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you direct your attention to the court for a special presentation. Earlier this year, Lumbee Guaranty Bank enhanced their long-standing support of Braves athletics through a new 15-year partnership agreement by purchasing the naming rights of the playing surface inside English E. Jones Center. Joining Chancellor Robin Cummings and Athletic Director Dick Christie on the court today are members of Lumbee Guaranty Bank's Board of Directors, President and CEO Larry R. Chavis, Chairman Arnold Locklear, Dr. Martin L. Brooks, Riddell Collins, Larry Brooks, Sybil Bullard, James Thomas, Charles A. Maynor, and Derek Staton. See some athletics, members of UNCP athletics, including members of the men's and women's basketball team. Lumbee Guaranty Bank President and CEO Mr. Larry Chavis, Chancellor Cummings, as well as members of UNCP's athletic teams will take part in the cutting of the ceremonial ribbon that will mark the official opening of Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. Pausing for that photo opportunity. Here it is, that official ribbon cutting ceremony for Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. A cool moment here for UNCP athletics. A Lumbee Guaranty Bank, obviously a big important partner and a huge supporter of UNCP athletics. Also the naming rights to the football field at Grace P. Johnson Stadium. Really a big part of the community here. But Shane, getting back to what is should be a really exciting game here for the Braves. Talking a little bit more about this UNCP team. Other than Quamaine Rose, they had other seniors and other real experienced players. Brandon Winford, Tyler Kortenbrock in the front court, both seniors. Alex Bradley, a fourth-year junior guard who really runs the floor, runs the point for the Braves. You've got Jahad Wright, who's a redshirt senior. Dalen Fuller, who's a junior, but a very experienced player. And really the only guy who was in that starting lineup who wasn't an upperclassman is Brandon Watts, and he's been very good for the Braves so far through 7 games, averaging over 11 points a game.
Yeah, and Brandon Watts is where we're going to need to see the pickup. With Quamaine Rose out, that it's going to fall on Brandon Watts, and he's had a lot of success for the Braves, young up until this point, and you know he's going to get a chance to, I think, see more opportunity with the ball in his hands. I think we'll see him get a few more touches, and for this game today, I think the big thing is going to be Brandon Winford and Tyler Kortenbrock on that glass. Those two are going to have to really have a great game, I think, for the Braves to slide past Lander.
Braves heard some rumors, and I'm not sure if this will happen yet today or is still to come. Giovanni Mack, a transfer from Texas Southern University, was slated to redshirt this year for the Braves. And now with the injury to Quamaine Rose, hearing that they might actually have him available and ready to go today, whether or not he's in that lineup here today, we will find out. Still 90 seconds to go before the opening tip. Braves trying to bounce back after that loss at Wingate, just their second loss of the season, and one that snapped a 5-game winning streak that saw the Braves defeat Catawba, Winston-Salem State, Barton, and Mount Olive, as well as Fayetteville State. This is a regional Braves team, a team that in the Southeast region was ranked as high as number 2 coming into the preseason. And obviously playing without a player who's a preseason All-American is a problem, but it doesn't have to be the end of the world for the Black and Gold.
No, like you said, there's plenty of talent riddled through this Braves roster. I mean, you mentioned Brandon Watts, Jahad Wright, Tyler Kortenbrock, Brandon Winford. I mean, from top to bottom, this Braves roster is filled with guys that at any moment can take a game over.
UNCP, led by head coach Ben Miller. He's in his 8th season at the helm of the UNCP Braves. He boasts in a 97-55 mark in the stretch from 2011-12 to the 2014-2015 season. Prior to UNCP, he was an assistant coach at Missouri State and also spent 10 years at Kansas under Bill Self and Roy Williams. Braves looking to bounce back from that 66-54 loss at Wingate and win their Peach Belt Conference opener. The preseason favorite in the Peach Belt Conference against a team that was picked 12th out of 14 in the preseason in Lander. But the games aren't played on paper. These are very different teams than when the season started, and it should be a really exciting game. Anthem time here in Pembroke. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineups and opening tip. UNCP Braves men's basketball taking on Lander when we come back.
Once upon a time, there was a nice house that lived with a family. The house loved the family and took care of them. One day, it started to rain and rain. The house wanted to protect the family, but the water got inside and ruined everybody's everything. The house was so sad, but the family didn't think it could happen. They told the house that they would take better care of her, always.
Protect what matters. Learn more about your flood risk at floodsmart.gov/care.
Me, your heart, high blood pressure is serious. And if you think I'm just going to keep In a way, you're wrong. I can quit whenever I want, but I like my job. Just treat me better. Maybe we can do some exercise on occasion? After all, we're in this together.
Don't let your heart quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. UNCP Braves basketball taking the floor as they introduce the starting lineups for both teams. Introduce you to those starters from Lander. J.R. Washington, we talked about him a little bit in the pregame, a junior wing, 6'3", out of Manassas, Virginia, who averages 22 points per game. Number 12, Travis Fredemon, out of Sumter, South Carolina, a junior guard. He'll be in the backcourt with Rahu Purdy, freshman guard from White Oak, North Carolina. And in the post, number 34, Sergio Smith, out of Dorchester, South Carolina, who's started 5 games so far this year. He wears number 34. And also Scott Elder, a senior post, the big rebounder from Australia, 6'8", 225. Now the starting lineup for the Braves. Brandon Watts, we talked about how important he is for the Braves. A sophomore guard from Wesley Chapel, North Carolina, wears number 0 and averages almost 12 points a game. Braves will also have Tyler Cordenbrock in the middle, the big man, number 45, jumping center. Brandon Winford, another senior, joins him in the backcourt. Number 3, Alex Bradley in the starting lineup for the Braves. He is the point guard, and we talked about it. We alluded to it in the pregame, and it has come true. Number 32, Giovanni Mack, transfer from Texas Southern University, playing his first game in a Braves uniform. Braves in their home whites, wearing with the black numbers and gold trim. Lander in their road blues. They're going from right to left. Lander wins the opening tip, and we are underway on Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. Peach Belt Conference opener for the Braves. Dribble handoff to the far sideline. Washington dribbling with his left hand. Bradley guards him. Step back to the left elbow. Picks up his dribble. Holds it above his hand. Holds it above his head. Handoff to the left side. Purdy dumping inside. Down low. Here's Elder spinning in towards the middle. Hook shot over Cordenbrock is good. Lander strikes first. It's 2-0.
That's going to be a good battle to watch right there.
Bradley up the far sideline for the Braves in their opening possession of the first half. Entry pass goes to Winford on the right block. He's posting up, backing down, turnaround, fall away shot is blocked and bounces back out to Mack. He sends it over to the far side. Nice block defensively by Sergio Smith. Down to 12 to shoot for the Braves. Bradley gets the handoff back from Winford in front of the Lander bench on the far sidelines. Cordenbrook sets the screen. Bradley gets inside, kick out, right wing, long 2 on the way for Mack. It's over everything, an air ball, and Lander comes back the other way after the defensive rebound. Fredemon grabbed it, hands it off to Purdy. Now Purdy throws it between his legs, gets straight to the free throw line. A wide open jump shot, no good. Long rebound tipped up in the air. Watts comes away with it for the Braves. And leaves it off for Bradley, who walks it across the timeline. Bradley takes it to the right wing, goes to Watts in the right corner. Watts with the up fake, gets a screen from Winford, now passes back out to Bradley near midcourt. 1 minute off the first half game clock. Bradley, the pass goes to the far side. Mack, now back to Bradley, down to 11 to shoot. Deep 3, Alex Bradley, it's no good. Defensive rebound by Lander was tipped out by Winford after it looked like Washington jumped a little too early. 0 for 2 from the field to start for the Braves, but they will come out in a full court press. They get it into Purdy. And now the Braves will sag off. They'll go man-to-man as Alex Bradley dogs the ball handler all the way up and down the floor. Dribble handoff to the far sideline. It's Washington dribbling with his left hand. Bradley picks him up defensively. Now driving with the left. Ball poked loose. Recovered by Lander. Washington now. This is Fredemon. Steps into a long 2 with his feet on the three-point line. No good. And the rebound there for the Braves. That was Winford grabbing it. They get it up ahead to Mack in transition. He tried the dribble move and dribbled it right out of bounds. First turnover of the game as Giovanni Mack tried to get a little cute with that ball handling move. 2-0 is the score. 18-10 to play in the first half. Lander with the basketball. Washington takes it across the timeline. Bradley guards him. Over to the far side, Purdy. Picked up by Watts. To the top of the key, Elder. Picked up by Cordenbrock. He hands it off to Purdy. Now with the left, pass goes back up top. 3-point attempt on the way for Washington. Around the rim, no good. Fight for the rebound. 2-on-1. Lander comes away with it. Pass goes back out. Now up top, we'll get a whistle. And 3 in the key. Lander with the turnover. Braves have another opportunity. They're still looking for their first bucket.
Yeah, battle of the 45s down there. Scott Elder outweighing Tyler Cordenbrock by what looks like a considerable amount of weight. Tyler Cordenbrock's going to have his hands full with Scott Elder.
Well, it's listed as just a 10-pound difference. 6'8", 225 versus 6'9", 215. You see teams lie about height. Teams also lie about weight, ladies and gentlemen. Winford on the left wing. Up top to Watts. Now Bradley on the right side. Pass goes to top to Mack. The up fake. Puts it on the deck a couple times. Down to 10 to shoot for the Braves. 17:26 to play in the first half. Mack going ISO against his man. Gets to the basket. Lays it up high off the glass and in. Giovanni Mack scores his first points in a UNCP uniform. And we're tied up at 2. Purdy takes it up for Lander. Bradley guards him tightly right inside the half-court line. Purdy blows past. Fall-away jump shot with the left hand. And they'll call the foul. Offensive foul on Rahu Purdy. And that's his first. 17:10 to go in the half. We're still tied up at 2. Watts inbounds to Bradley. Lander bringing a little bit of pressure. They go right back to Watts. Bradley didn't feel like dribbling the ball. Now they'll get it back to Bradley. This will be guarded by Fredemont. Takes it towards that left corner up top. Now takes it back towards the middle. That's a dangerous spot there because the sideline becomes a defender and the mid-court line. Now Watts on the right wing. Back to Bradley. Up fake. Now Mack on the left wing. He makes the pass fake, throws it back to Bradley. Now Watts, quick ball movement. Watts, deep three from the right wing, around the rim, no good. Winford tips the rebound up. He gets both hands on an offensive glass for the Braves and a second chance. They go back out top to Bradley as the Braves taking their time on offense. Hand off to Watts. Watts dribbling with his left back to the top of the key. Up fake, he's got some room, leaves it for Cordenbrock in the middle of the lane. He gets taken down, and they'll say he traveled. Braves said he was tripped. Refs disagree.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with the refs on this one. I don't know that he was necessarily tripped. I think he just got caught in a bad position.
I mean, it's not really a foul when your feet just get tangled up and it's, incidental contact. I'm not even sure that feet got tangled up. He might have just lost his footing. Lander has the ball on the right wing. It's held by Washington. Tight defense on him. Now he gets the switch on Cordenbrock, and we'll back it out. Pass goes to the right side. Means they have a mismatch in the post as well. Back up top to Washington. Up fake. Gets Cordenbrock in the air. Goes towards the basket. Tough shot. No good. They'll call a late foul. We'll see who it's on. I'm not sure if that was on the shot or on the rebound. Foul called on number 0, Brandon Watts, who came in from the weak side trying to get that block. Brandon Watts is capable of having some big blocks. He averages over 1 block per game from a guard spot. That time couldn't get it done.
Yeah, good move by Washington there, though. That was kind of pretty.
Really juked out Tyler Cordenbrock there. Obviously, the switch after the screen. There's a mismatch there, and he's able to take advantage. First free throw good for J.R. Washington. 4th leading scorer in the Peach Belt Conference. Has started every game so far this year for the Bearcats. Averages 22 points per game and shoots 70% from the line. But perhaps more importantly, shoots 45% from downtown. Nothing but net on that free throw.
Yeah.
He's showing off that good shooting form early. Bradley up the far sideline for the Braves. They trail 4-2, 16:03 remaining in the first half. Over to Mack on the left wing. Cordenbrook sets the screen towards the middle. Mack takes it. Now Watts on the right wing. Gets inside. Up and under layup. Got the friendly roll. Scooting around the defender and laying it up with the right hand on the right block. And we're tied at 4.
That's the Brandon Watts we're going to need to see today.
Here come the Bearcats. Fredemont getting inside. Bradley reaching in. They don't call it. The fall-away jump shot good. Fredemont cleared out a little bit of space and knocked down the jump shot from the left elbow. 6-4, Lander with the lead. Bradley taking it inside the three-point arc, hands it back off. Here's Mack, dribbling with the left hand, steps into a 20-footer from the top of the key. No good. Defensive rebound, Fredemont. And here come the Bearcats again. Throws it behind his back as Watts tried to steal it from him. Now dribbles to the free throw line and back out. Pass up top, Purdy. Calling for a screen. They get the switch. Now Mack guarding the ball. Step back jump shot from 10 around the rim and getting the friendly roll. Rahu Purdy, freshman guard, makes it an 8-4 Lander lead. 15:07 to play in the first half. Bradley up the far sideline, gets a screen, gets to the free throw line. Almost lost the ball. Great handle to maintain possession. Faked the pass, got it back after Mack had it very briefly. 15 to shoot. Handoff from Winford. Back to Bradley on the right side. Now steps into a 3. And it's good. Alex Bradley from a step and a half behind the arc.
Yeah, showing some range there, real deep. Good shot there by Alex Bradley.
Well, he almost was out of bounds when he shot that. Makes it an 8-7 Lander lead. A little bit of trouble on that handoff. J.R. Washington able to corral. Bradley guards him. 18 to shoot for the Bearcats. At the top of the key, it's Fredemont. Had it stripped by Bradley and taken away as he tried to drive to the basket. Now Fredemont picks him up. Bradley will walk it up. Braves go 4 down, clearing out space, letting Alex Bradley operate. 14:20 to play in the first half. Braves down by 1. They lob to Cordenbrock on the right block. He gets stripped from behind. Ball bouncing around. Lander saves it, and they maintain possession. Good hands by J.R. Washington, and he takes it up the court. along the near wing, guarded by Mack, and he stepped out of bounds, turned over by Lander. Braves will get the ball back when we come back. Timeout on the floor, and we will take it as well. It's 8-7 Lander, still very early in this ball game. You're listening to UNCP men's basketball.
The moment my son
Back in Pembroke, Braves trailing early, but there's still a lot of basketball to play. 14:08 to go in the first half. Braves down 8-7. Carson Mounts checks in, plays that sixth-man role here today for the Braves. He replaces Tyler Cordenbrock. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Radio Network. UNCP women's basketball dropped the early game against Lander, and the game where Lander really turned on their shooting in the second half, shot 60% from behind the arc in the second half to run away with a 30-plus point victory. Bradley will walk it up for the Braves. Lander picks up full court defensively now, including the big man running the point of that press. Now hustling back is Scott Elder. Watts at the top of the key for the Braves. Back over to Mack, and he'll dribble with his left hand. He takes it near midcourt. Lander really extending that pressure defense right now. They find Mack at the top of the key. He jumps inside, throws a pass. It bounces around, pinballing around, trying to find Winford. It's last touch by Lander. 9 left on the shot clock, 13:47 to go. Mack got in a dangerous position there by jumping when he made that pass.
Yeah, Lander having a little bit of success there with that pressure early on here in this one. Mack, I don't think we're sure what to do with that ball.
No harm, no foul. Braves maintain possession. Inbounds pass goes to Winford. They've got to go pretty quickly here on this possession. 6 to shoot. Bradley at the top of the key. He looks up, sees the shot clock. Now Watts on the right wing. Step back jump shot from 18. They'll call the offensive foul. He pushed off.
Tough call there for Brandon Watts.
Brandon Watts picking up his second foul. That sends him straight to the bench. And again, second game in a row for Brandon Watts where he is in early foul trouble. He was not really able to get much of a rhythm going in that game against Wingate. He only scored 4 points and was 0 of 4 from behind the arc.
Yeah, he was frustrated headed to the bench there. You saw that high five with Coach Ben Miller.
Lander with the ball in a 1-point lead, 13:30 to play in the first half. Pass goes to the right wing. It's held by Purdy, guarded by Jihad Wright, who checked in the game to replace Watts. Now at the top of the key, Purdy maintaining that dribble. Turns down a screen, steps into a 20-footer from the top of the key off the front of the rim, and it falls. Carson Mounts came out on that closeout, and he still knocked it down. A couple friendly rolls already for Lander. Their shots have been falling, but they haven't been pure. If you didn't know any better, you'd think these were the home rims for the Bearcats.
Yeah.
Braves with the ball. They work it around the perimeter from left to right. Giovanni Mack, the jab step, drives into the right side. Lost the ball as he went up. Fight for the loose ball. Winford hits the deck, and it was last touched by UNC Pembroke.
Yeah, kind of an ugly game for both teams so far to start this one. Neither team looking real crisp, real solid. Kind of just slow basketball game.
And taking a while to get going, both teams. James Murray Boyles checks in to replace Brandon Winford. So now the Braves taking out both of the senior post players and bringing in the pair of freshman post players. Kasheen Hinton also in the game. Giovanni Mack, the only starter in the game. This is, again, his first game in a Braves uniform. Purdy with the ball, left-handed dribble, guarded by Wright, crossover. Nice hesitation, moves, gets to the basket, scoops the layup up and in. What a move by Rahu Purdy. Inbounds pass almost went out of bounds. Mack there to back it up. Leaves it off for Hinton. 12-7 the Lander lead. 12:30 to play in the first half. Mack on the right wing. Calls for a screen from Murray Boyles. Takes it to the top of the key. They work it around the perimeter from right to left. Now Hinton in front of the Lander bench. And they'll call the reach-in foul as he drove with the left hand trying to go left baseline.
She hitting one of those guys also can be very dangerous. We didn't talk about him much in the pregame, but when he comes into a game, he can easily score some points. He can score them in a hurry. He's really a guy that you kind of got to watch if you're the defense for the opposing team.
He's also proven he's a clutch scorer in that he scored the game-winning basket in overtime in the win at Winston-Salem State for the Braves a couple weeks ago. Alex Bradley checks back in and replaces Mack. They work it around the perimeter. Wright back to Bradley. Braves did get a fresh 30 on the shot clock following that foul. Here's Wright on the right wing. Bradley, deep three, straight away. It's good. Alex Bradley splashes one home, and the lead back down to 2.
Yeah, he's getting hot here early. That's his second 3, and he's really showing he's got some range.
Alex Bradley leads the Braves. He has 6 of their 10 points. Under 12 to play now. Lander with the ball. Alex Bradley picking up full court. He doesn't have any fouls. Reaches in, gets the steal. Now driving with the left hand, gets to the basket. Misses the layup, and Hinton there with the follow-up. Nice challenge there by Fredemon. Ball gets stuck in the net. Braves can bring their full court pressure once again. We're tied at 12.
Ferocious defense there by Alex Bradley, almost Quamaine Rose-like.
Long pass, and now a breakaway opportunity here for the Bearcats. Mounts gives the hard foul. Shot flipped up and almost in by J.R. Washington. Carson Mounts playing that last line of defense as they threw the baseball-style pass to midcourt to break the Braves' 4-man pressure in the backcourt. That'll be the first foul on Carson Mounts, the 3rd team foul on the Braves. With 11:35 remaining, we've got a timeout on the floor. Braves and Bearcats tied at 12 early in the first half. Welcome back to Pembroke. UNCP Braves men's basketball opening the Peach Belt Conference portion of their schedule with a home game against the Lander Bearcats. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer. Shane, the first 4 minutes weren't so great. Action really starting to pick up now for the Braves. Alex Bradley knocking down a pair of threes. He leads the Braves with 6 points.
Yeah, Alex Bradley right now, he's the player of the game leading the way for the Braves. He is the guy that you want the ball in his hands. 2 threes, some ferocious defense. Alex Bradley really picking up the slack here for the Braves early on.
J.R. Washington at the free throw line for Lander. He knocks down the first free throw, but misses the second. Carson Mounts gobbles up the rebound, hands it off to Hinton. Braves out there with Murray Boyles, Hinton, Mounts, Wright, and Bradley. Press look from Lander. Hinton kind of backs his way down the floor across the timeline. And here come the Braves on offense, trying to take the lead on this possession. Hinton in the left corner, and they will say he stepped on the sideline when he made that drive.
Good drive, though, either way. I mean, had he not stepped on the sideline, that was a really great move there by Hinton.
As it is a turnover by the Braves, and Lander gets the ball back. 13-12 is the score, with 11:17 remaining in the first half. Braves picking up, again, with 1 man full court. It's Hinton trying to reach in and steal the ball from Purdy. Purdy, a couple dribbles. Now takes it back towards the Brave head logo at midcourt. Gets a couple screens. Now takes it to the right. Has the switch on Mounts. Back to Purdy. He's wide open. Right wing 3 off the back rim. No good. Mounts had position. Had it tipped away. Murray Boyles with the save and gets it up to Bradley. Here come the Braves. 4-on-4 break. Over to the left wing. Hinton steps into a 3-ball. No good. Long rebound tipped around. And it's gobbled up by Wright. He gets it over to Murray Boyles in the right corner. Second chance opportunity for the Braves. Wright in the middle of the lane. Spins away from a couple defenders and he traveled.
Yeah, I was waiting for that call. For a minute there, I thought they were going to let him get away with it, but you saw him kind of take that extra step there.
I thought they could have also called about 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 seconds in the lane. He was in there for a while. Lander with the 1-point lead. It's 13-12, 10:40 to play in the half, and the clock hasn't started. Lander with a couple dribbles. There it is. They finally start the clock. They get it to Washington. He walks it across the timeline. Picked up by Jihad Wright, dribbling with the left. Pass goes to the left wing, where it's controlled by Sergio Smith. Up top, Washington gets to the elbow, then hands it off. Now he's open in the right corner, up fake. Good defense by Hinton to recover to the right block. 10 to shoot. Couple hands get in on the low block. Fight for the loose ball. Braves the first one to it. Diving to the floor is Hinton, and he calls the timeout. Everybody off the Braves bench, they're fired up as they get the turnover. 10:14 remaining in the first half. It looks like this is just a 30-second timeout, and so we will leave it here.
At one point in that little scrum down there, Hinton actually had held his legs. He kind of like grabbed his leg. I don't know if he thought the ball was there or if he was just trying to keep Elder from grabbing it. But wow, awesome job there by Hinton. Heads up, called timeout. But good grief, there was a mess down there for a minute.
Yeah, they fed Scott Elder. One extra defender came, then another extra defender came. Suddenly they had a triple team on the ball. The ball came loose. And often what coaches will tell you when that kind of situation happens, the first team to the floor is the one that usually wins those balls. And even if you're not the first team to the floor, or even if you don't win that ball, coaches would always rather see their team be the first guy to dive on the floor. Braves get the turnover. They called the timeout, so they'll have 3 left in this game. Lander still hasn't used any of their 4 timeouts. Hinton takes it across the timeline for the Braves. Under 10 minutes to go now in the first half, right on the left wing. Lander appears to be in kind of a zone look. Now Bradley finds Murray Boyles in the corner. They make a quick feed to Mounts on the right block, and he lays it in with the right hand. Carson Mounts in the scoring column.
Awesome passing right there to open up that opportunity for Mounts.
That's what you have to do when the defense is extending the pressure, which Lander has done off and on throughout this game. Bearcats now behind for the first time in this game. Up top, now on the right side, it's held by King, who drives right to the basket. Going in for the block, it's tipped away. And the long rebound, Braves come away with it. 2-on-1 break. Bradley going right to the basket. He lays it up and one. Alex Bradley with the finish.
Alex Bradley having himself a game here today. Heads up, grab that ball down the court, takes it himself. Awesome job to get the foul, and it falls.
Taylor Buffkin was the only man back for Lander. Bradley had support in the form of, it looked like James Murray Boyle streaking down the left sideline, and Bradley said, I'm going to take this myself, and finished with a flourish there at the end. Alex Bradley leads all scorers with 8. He has half of the Braves' 16 points, 9:30 remaining. 1 free throw for Alex Bradley. Off the rim, no good. Lander with the defensive rebound, taken by Matthew McLean, sophomore forward, as Landers subbed a handful of their bench guys in. Here it is on the wing. McLean with the up fake, gets to the free throw line. Fall away jump shot, it's good. Matthew McLean cuts the lead back down to 1. 16-15, UNCP with the lead. 9:13 remaining in the first half. Hinton on the left wing, takes it back towards the top of the key. Throws it between his legs, a long pass, a risky one. Headed for right, it's intercepted. Here comes McLean, lays it up and in. And now Lander takes the lead right back. And turnovers leading to points. And Lander goes up 17-16.
Yeah, you can't have those turnovers. That's one thing you need to avoid early on in this game.
Long bounce passes that are telegraphed, yeah. Hinton with the ball in his right hand. Couple between the legs dribbles, a similar pass, goes back to right. This time Lander's not sitting on it. Bradley on the left wing calls for a screen from Mounts, takes it with his right hand towards the top of the key. Hinton, right wing, 3 ball. Not this time. Rebound high up in the air. Wright got a piece of it, tipped it off the Lander player, and the Braves will get another possession. Great hustle by Jihad Wright.
How about Mounts the screen on King? I think it would take 2 Kings to equal 1 Mounts there in height. He set that screen. I was like, where'd King go?
Tyree King, 5'9", 150. Carson Mounts, 6'10", 230.
Good grief.
Right, the inbounder gets it right back from Murray Boyles. Now Murray Boyles, the skip pass to the opposite side. It's held by Giovanni Mack, who just checked back in the game. Bradley, back over to Mack, left wing. 18 to shoot for the Braves. Now Bradley at the top of the key, right on the right wing. Bradley, another deep 3. Not this time. Mounts with the tip in, and it's good. Carson Mounts got great position on the left block.
And that's what 6'10" will do for you.
He didn't have to jump very high.
No.
He got great position. The freshman from Elkin, North Carolina, out of Mount Airy High School. He scores again. Braves up 18-17. 8 minutes to play. There's a foul on the drive with exactly 8 minutes to go. They'll call the reach-in foul on Giovanni Mack. Since it's not under 8 minutes, we'll keep going. Lander to inbound. It'll be Buffkin to trigger. He's out there with Elder, McLean, Washington, and Tyree King. Inbounds pass goes to Elder. They hand it back off for King. King between the legs, dribble at the top of the key. Now driving with the left hand, splits the defenders, blocked by Mounts. Ball bouncing around. It trickles out of bounds, off Lander, Braves ball. Great job by Mounts with the block. Jihad Wright in there, got a piece of it, bounced it off a Lander player. Braves have a 1-point lead, and they'll get the basketball back when we come back. 7:52 remaining in the first half on the Braves Radio Network. Braves inbounding, Lander picking up full court defensively. 7:51 remaining in the first half. Braves up 18-17 in the Peach Belt Conference opener for both teams. Bradley, the skip pass over to Wright. They break the timeline with 2 seconds to spare. Over to Giovanni Mack. Now Alex Bradley up top. Calling out the plays. He has Murray Boyles, Wright, and Mounts down low with him. They try to feed Mounts on the left block. It's tipped away and stolen. Good hands by Scott Elder. Lander running the floor on offense. McLean, the skip pass. Here's Buffkin, leaves it for Elder. What a feed. And Lander takes the lead. Back and forth we go. Now running the floor, Murray Boyles had the pass tipped away by Buffkin and stolen. Empty possession for the Braves once again. Up the far sideline, King, as Ben Miller will look to bring on a couple more starters. Looks like Brandon Watts and Winford and Cordenbrock all heading to the scores table. 18 to shoot for Lander. 7:03 remaining in the first half. Buffkin at the top of the key. Guarded by Bradley, down to 11 to shoot. Right wing, open three. Washington steps into it, can't connect. Long rebound, tipped out by Lander. No, Braves got a piece of it at the very last second.
Yeah, Mac's hand was on that ball just as he was kind of reaching there, and it went out.
Lander got 3 guys to the ball versus 1 white shirt. Often when the ball is headed out of bounds, that's not a good thing. This time, the Bearcats catch a break. 6:53 to go, half number 1. Lander up 19-18. Braves bring a couple more starters back on. They're out there running with their starting 5. Tyree King dribbling with his right hand. Blows right past Mack. Right-handed scoop shot is good. What a dribble move by Tyree King. And Tyler Cordenbrock couldn't recover in time. Mack up the far sideline. Buffkin guards him. Mack taking himself, trying to feed Winford, and he was fouled hard on the right block. Looked like he had Matthew McLean, was kind of wearing him like a backpack.
Yeah, I want to give a lot of credit to that unit that was just out there for the Braves. A lot of youth. There was 2 freshmen and 1 sophomore on the floor at one point there for the Braves, and they held their own against a good Lander basketball team.
Bounce pass goes to Winford. Now the Braves bring a couple more experienced players out there. Mack on the right wing, a strong up fake, gets to the top of the key. They work it to the left corner. Watts, double team comes. He backs away from it. 17 to shoot for the Braves. Watts inside the arc, feeds the left block. Winford goes up through a double team. It gets blocked and taken away. Buffkin emerges from the scrum with the basketball. Crossover and a high dribble, and they carried. No doubter on that call. Whistle came maybe a split second too late for some of the fans' liking here in the English E. Jones Center, but that's a turnover.
Yeah, easy call to make, too. That basketball was higher than Buffkin's head when he brought it back down to the floor.
It was the right idea to cross that over back to his left hand, just didn't execute. Bradley breaking the press himself, and they will call the offensive foul. Buffkin makes up for that turnover by taking a charge on the right elbow.
I'll tell you, Alex Bradley's not that big of a guy, and he sent Buffkin flying.
Part of that might be acting. Give Buffkin some credit. And he's not the biggest guy either at 6'2", 170, but Alex Bradley at 5'7", 160. And he definitely had the full head of steam going up the floor, too. Lander with the 3-point lead. It's 21-18, 6:04 to play in the first half. King across midcourt, driving with his right hand, hands off to Buffkin, who dribbles with his left. Now back to King in front of the Braves bench on the far sideline. Lander going from right to left across the court. Buffkin thought about the 3. He's now guarded by Winford. This could be a little bit of a mismatch. On the left corner, McLean, picked up by Watts, down to 8 to shoot. Pass goes all the way back up top for King. Hinton guards him. He goes away from the screen, steps into a long 2. No good, long rebound. King gets his own rebound. Winford couldn't get to it in time. Back to midcourt with Buffkin. 5:34 to play. Lander still up 3, and they have the ball. Mismatch as they have Winford on the ball handler. Now it's Washington. He drives towards the lane, goes up the left-handed layup, and it's good.
Yeah,
J.R. Washington made that look easy. Timeout, Ben Miller and the Braves. He made it look way too easy.
Yeah, good take by Washington. He saw that lane and just went for it, and there was nothing there. I mean, just absolutely easy.
30-second timeout, so again, we'll leave it here. Ben Miller using 2 of his 4 timeouts here in the first half. Now remember, with the new rule change, among the many rule changes in NCAA men's basketball, 4 timeouts per team per game, and if you don't use any in the first half, you lose one of them. So the most you can have in the second half is 3 anyway. Ben Miller used the first timeout on a fight for a loose ball, and now the second one here on that really that defensive breakdown by the Braves, and now it's the biggest lead. It's the lead as big as it's been for Lander at 23-18, a 5-point difference.
Yeah, something's got to happen here for the Braves. They need to find some way to finish out this half strong.
5:20 to play. Hinton passes back to Watts. You also have Mack, Winford, and Cordenbrock out there for the Braves. Mack near midcourt, sends the pass to the left wing. Hinton holds, now gives it back to Mack. Back and forth they go with it. Now they find Watts on the near side. Couple dribbles, finds Winford at the free throw line. Pass goes back out. Quick passing, now Hinton, 3-point attempt. Off the rim, no good. Team has gone cold from downtown without Alex Bradley out there. He's sitting on the bench right now, just getting a breather. On the right wing, Lander has it, trying to add to a 5-point lead. Into the middle of the lane, kick out, left corner three for Washington. Short, no good. Offensive rebound being tipped around. They'll get a whistle. We'll see who the foul is on. Looks like the team's headed up the floor. Foul called on Lander.
Another struggle there between hitting in the right place at the right time, fighting for that ball.
5 team fouls now on Lander. Look like they called that on number 22, Matthew McLean. So now each team with 5 fouls. And Lander picking up full court again defensively. Braves still have their same 5 out there. Hinton, the strong dribble, looking for Cordenbrock. The pass was kicked. And the Braves will get a fresh 30 on the shot clock, and they'll inbound. Ben Miller wants Alex Bradley back out there. Bradley slowly walking over to the scores table. You can tell, I think he probably wanted another minute or so to get, get his win back a little bit more. He'll replace Kashin Hinton. Braves now have their starting 5 out there, and it looks like the starting 5 out there as well for the Bearcats, with the exception of McLean in there instead of Sergio Smith.
If I was Ben Miller, I'd want Alex Bradley out there too.
The game he's had, yeah, sure. Can he play 40 minutes? Keep going out there. 4:30 to play. Braves down by 5 in the first half. Left wing Watts looking for Winford. Now back out to Watts. Now Mack at the top of the key. 7 to shoot. Bradley on the right wing. 5 to shoot. Finds Mack. Right corner. 3 ball. Around the rim and out. There's a whistle. Was it on the shot? I believe it was. Maybe on the follow through. Scott Elder closing out on the shooter. And they'll say it's just a 2-shot foul.
One thing I'm noticing on now for the Braves here is there's not a lot of movement around that baseline, not opening much up for the Braves. A lot of standstill out there. You don't get a lot of open opportunities if there's a lot of standstill. See if Ben Miller can get his team moving a little bit.
You imagine he doesn't want to use his second to last timeout this early. Mack drills the first free throw. Hinton checks right back into the game and replaces Brandon Watts. Another thing I've noticed for the Braves is a lot of holding the ball.
Yeah.
There'll be some quick passes, and then someone holds the ball for a really long time. Mack hits the pair. The Texas Southern transfer making his Braves debut after they burned his red shirt following the Quamaine Rose injury. Lander up 3, and they have the ball. 4:09 to play in the first half. Hinton picks up the ball handler, got the hand in there, locked the ball loose, and it's recovered by Lander. Purdy maintains his dribble. Kick out goes to the left corner. McLean thought about the 3, didn't pull it. Now drives into the free throw line, pass tipped. But Lander again maintaining possession. Good hands by Hinton on this possession. Driving in towards the basket. Going up. Double pump layup. Good defense by Cordenbrock. Offensive rebound though for Elder. Blocked by Cordenbrock. It bounces out of bounds. Lander will get the ball back. 27 on the shot clock and 3:46 to play in the first half. Nice defense though throughout that possession by the Braves.
Yeah, I'm really loving this matchup between Cordenbrock and Elder.
Timeout on the floor, and we will take it as well. 23-20. Lander with the lead as we head down the home stretch of half number 1. Guaranty Bank Court, Braves trailing Lander 23-20. Braves out there with Winford, Mounts, Hinton, Mack, and Bradley. So 2 guys off the Braves bench in Hinton and Mounts. And the inbounds pass for Lander. They look like they have most of their starting 5 out there. Fredemon, the pass to Washington. Guarded by Bradley, lowering the shoulder, trying to get to the right block. Tight defense on him. Has to spin away. Throws a wild pass. It's backed up by Purdy near the arc. Steps into a long 2 after the up fake. No good, and Winford there for the rebound. Not the greatest defensive possession for the Braves, but they got the stop. Bradley, the pass back towards the middle. Hinton in the middle of the lane. He gets blocked, and they'll call a jump ball. Elder with the nice hands.
So tall is Elder. So tall. That's
He's listed at only 6'8", but he got way off the ground there, and I think the wingspan is the other thing. It looks like his arms are just...
Yeah, when you put an arm in the air and you're 6'8".
His arms kind of look like pool noodles. They just kind of wave.
They're everywhere.
They're very long. He's standing right under the basket right now. It looks like he could reach both ends of the lane with his fingertips extended. Bradley with 10 to shoot at the top of the key. Mack on the right wing now. They got to go. 7 to shoot. Trying to post up Mounts. They feed. No, it's stolen. They were trying to feed it to him. McLean reached in and stole. Now Lander throwing up the alley-oop, and it's finished by McLean. What a dunk.
Wow, little flash there. No look up in the air. Wow.
The no-look alley-oop thrown by Travis Fredemon and stuffed home by Matthew McLean. Lander's lead is 5. Bradley on the right wing, turning down a screen from Mounts, trying to turn the corner back at the top of the key. Free throw line. Picks up his dribble. He needs to get rid of it, finds Mack at the top of the key. Bradley on the left side, up fake. Now on the left block, Winford, 10 to shoot. Lost the ball, had it poked away, goes up and under, has it blocked, and taken away by Lander. Again, Scott Elder there making the play. 2:27 to go, Lander up 5 in the first half. Stepping into a transition 3, Washington, it rattles home. Lander making all the big highlight plays right now. A transition 3 follows an alley-oop transition dunk. Now it's an 8-point Bearcat lead. UNCP needs a momentum-wrecking play right now. Handoff goes to Bradley on the right side. Mounts thought about the screen. Now it goes to the left side. Long 2 for Mack, and it's swished home. Giovanni Mack off a nice little back screen from Carson Mounts.
Yeah, good job there by Mack to finish that play, but I don't think that's the momentum-wrecking play you're talking about.
I don't know. I love 20-footers as much as the next guy. Driving into the lane. Cut off is Purdy. Good defense by Mounts. Now driving in towards the left side of the lane. Pass goes back up top. Purdy guarded by Mounts. Stripped by Bradley. He comes back the other way. Driving with the left hand towards the middle. Draws contact. Tough shot. No good. Rebound bouncing around. Tipped out by Lander. Braves will maintain possession. Alex Bradley looking to the officials, wanting the foul call there. He was clobbered.
Yeah, all over him. I mean, Lander defender wearing him like a sweater for a minute.
The flip side of that is Alex Bradley absolutely 110% initiated that contact. He waited for the defender who he knew was coming, jump stopped, double bumped in the air. Yeah, sometimes you can't blame the defender for a little bit of incidental contact. Murray Boyles double teamed in the corner, finds Mounts on the block, one dribble, goes up strong towards the basket, is blocked, and the Braves get it back. Up and under Hinton, and he lays it in on the right side with the right hand. Nice block by Matthew McLean on the initial effort. Braves, too many white shirts right under the basket. It's back to a 4-point game. 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining in the first half. Purdy across the timeline. Really guarded by Giovanni Mack. Hands it off Fredemon. Guarded by Hinton. 18 to shoot for Lander. They're up by 4. McLean back over to Washington. Trying to break down Bradley. Can't do it. Gets rid of it. Now it's Purdy. Gets the switch. Pass goes in towards the middle. Elder turns. He's blocked from behind and they'll call the foul. Carson Mounts was on the help side there, but James Murray Boyles was getting posted hard.
Yeah, you know what? You got to take a foul like that. You got a big guy like Elder down there. Sometimes you got to get a little physical with him, and you got to take those calls.
So it'll send Scott Elder to the free throw line, which has not been his strong suit this season. 53% on the year. James Murray Boyles called for the foul. They also could have called Carson Mounts. First free throw, no good. Off the back rim and out. So it's still 28-24. Lander with the lead. 48 seconds remaining. You wonder if the Braves think about going 2 for 1 here. It would have to be a pretty quick possession. They would need that shot off within the first 16 or so seconds to guarantee that they could get another look. That hasn't been the way the Braves have been going today. Elder drains the second free throw. It's a 5-point Lander lead. Double team comes. Bradley has it poked away. He's on the floor. 2 Lander players there. Timeout taken by the Braves. I'm not sure that's a good. I think you take that turnover there. Possession arrow was favoring Lander, so it would have been a turnover. It would have been a held ball. Braves maintain possession, but now the Braves only have 1 timeout the rest of this game.
Yeah, and see, the problem with if you choose not to take that timeout and the turnover happens, they go down the floor, big play, maybe another alley-oop, slam, you kind of end badly in this half. You know, the Braves just trying to weather this storm right here. And, I mean, for the play we've seen here in the last minute or so, I mean, the Braves have done a good job to stay calm and keep this, a relatively tight ball game, but it could come back to haunt them here in the second half of this ball game without those timeouts.
Well, you know what they say, you can't take the timeouts home with you. So if it ends up being a situation where the Braves come out of the third quarter on fire, they blow this game open and end up not needing those timeouts in the home stretch of this game, that could be absolutely key. They might not even use that last timeout. 38 seconds to go in this first half. Hinton back over to Bradley. Braves do need to shoot. To the left corner, Murray Boyles crosses over, gets toward the lane, lowers the shoulder, goes up and under, has it blocked. Recovered by the Braves. Mack back over to Hinton. Now back to Mack. 5 to shoot for the Braves. Hinton at the top of the key. They got to go. 3, 2, spins. Shoots up the floater at the free throw line. Around the rim and in. What a finish by Kasheen Hinton.
Yeah,
Still 13 seconds left. Lander can get the last shot here of the half. But the lead down to 3. Crossover. Long 2 on the way in the face of Kasheen Hinton. Rahu Purdy knocks it down. 2 seconds left. Hinton near half court. Puts up the floater at the top of the key and can't get it to go. That was close. Nice job by Kasheen Hinton. Almost had the last 5 points of the Braves. He'll take the last 2. And we will go to halftime. It's 31-26 Lander. And when we come back after a little break on the Braves Radio Network, it's the UNCP Braves halftime report. Stay tuned on the video stream for a special presentation from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. You're watching UNCP Braves men's basketball.
Hey, Russell Wilson here, and I know how important
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to tell you a little bit about our special guest today. Rivers Malcolm joins us for a celebration of his wish granted by the Make-A-Wish Foundation. In September of 2010, River was diagnosed with Wilms tumor, a malignant tumor of the kidney, and about 450 kids are diagnosed with this rare cancerous tumor in North America each year. Although Rivers did not exhibit any signs of the tumor, his battle to fight the cancer was intense. Radiation and chemotherapy were administered over 6 months to fight the tumor, but further tests revealed the cancer spread to his lungs. The Malcolm family proceeded to support Rivers through additional treatments and unfortunately 2 relapses. The setbacks were devastating to the family and to Rivers' health. When his little body could no longer take the toxic treatments, the family proceeded with a Hail Mary option of using Rivers' own stem cells for a transplant method. In early 2013, the stem cells were captured through his blood after an agonizing 30 days with the highest dose of chemotherapy his little body would allow. The stem cells were inserted into his bone marrow to recharge his system. After this devastating point in his treatment, the Make-A-Wish Foundation reached out to the Malcolm family at the advice of Rivers' doctors to work on granting a wish for this little fighter. The Make-A-Wish volunteers sat down with Rivers and discussed things that made him happy and the things he was interested in. He told the volunteers how much he loved cows, horses, and working outside with his hands. He told them about the cows he would visit at some family friend's farm and the mama and baby cows that Santa gave him for Christmas. Less than a few weeks later, the volunteers suggested a trip to a dude ranch the entire family could enjoy together. The family decided, however, not to immediately take the offer despite. Instead, they focused on helping Rivers fully recover from the stem cell transplant so he would be able to fully enjoy this once-in-a-lifetime adventure. 1 year later, the entire family boarded an airplane set for Wyoming to spend a week at the Heart 6 Ranch. The Heart 6 Ranch is located north of Jackson Hole and close to Yellowstone National Park. For a week, Rivers and his family woke up early to eat a home-cooked breakfast on the ranch, then went out riding horses for a few hours. They would come back for lunch before setting out again for an afternoon ride. At night, everyone would sit around a campfire and make s'mores. The trip was so peaceful in pure nature. Each horseback ride was through a national forest with beautiful landscapes and nature's majesty. On several rides, Rivers, who wasn't supposed to ride on horseback by himself, would accompany the cowboys down to the river to let the horses drink and get a chance to live life like a kid should. He still recalls seeing bears, buffaloes, and natural springs, and his trips to the river as some of the best times of his life. Rivers and his family would also jet set out some to visit Yellowstone, the rivers nearby, the Antler Arch, and a local rodeo that had more than 5,000 people in attendance. While at the rodeo, Rivers was recognized in front of the audience as a special guest who came from North Carolina on a wish to become a cowboy, and the crowd cheered with enthusiasm at the bravery of this warrior and welcomed him with open arms. To this day, Rivers recalls those fond memories of the wish. He has each wonderful memory to share with his family, who has been there for him each step of his journey. Make-A-Wish states that a wish come true helps children feel stronger, more energetic, more willing, and able to battle their life-threatening medical conditions. For many, the wish marks a turning point in the fight against their illnesses. Doctors, nurses, other healthcare professionals say the wish experience works in concert with medicine to make their patients feel better emotionally and physically. That is why wishes matter. In 2003, the NCAA Division II established a national alliance with Make-A-Wish. In the spirit of service, NCAA Division II student athletes, coaches, administrators, parents, fans, and friends, and committees just like you are here today, and those across the country are working hard together to make a difference in the lives of Make-A-Wish families through fundraising efforts. We at UNC Pembroke and everyone here today are here to celebrate the courage and toughness of this true cowboy and his family. We ask for your support through donations, but ask you equally to take part in this celebration. Rivers continues his checkups every 3 months with Dr. Stuart Gold at UNCP Children's Hospital at Chapel Hill, and we are pleased to recognize him and thank him and his family for letting us celebrate this difficult yet amazing milestone in their journey. Please join me in welcoming Rivers, his father Josh, his grandmother Malcolm, and his older sister Elena to today's Dude Reach celebration.
some pretty good games. Boise State's played there a couple of years. One of the more recent years I went, Northern Illinois played in that year with Jordan Lynch. They've had some ball players there. They've even had a top 25 matchup. Navy is often a team that plays there. So if you're going to cut a bowl, save the Poinsettia Bowl. That is my message to whoever's listening.
It's just the number of bowl games. I mean, it's almost like participation trophies, you know, and everybody wants to play a bowl game. And I mean, what is the prestige in it anymore? There's so many bowl games. How can you even have prestige?
If you're going to cut bowl games, let's start cutting the bowl games that where the weather is bad and people aren't going. Why is there a bowl game in Boise, Idaho in December?
I just did
the Idaho Potato Bowl. I mean, you can play a bowl game in Detroit because you have an indoor stadium there, but no one wants to really go to Detroit in December either. Albuquerque, New Mexico gets kind of bad weather around this time of year. Some of these really early bowls, I don't get it. The only other top 25 final score in the American Athletic Conference Championship, number 19 Houston knocking off number 22 Temple 24-13. Houston finishing the season 12-1. That's not a bad record. And then the SEC Championship game just kicking off. Number 2 Alabama taking on number 18 Florida. We've got a minute here before the start of the second half. We'll take one more break on the Braves Radio Network, and when we come back, second half action between Lander and UNC Pembroke. It's a 5-point Bearcats lead at the break. You're listening to the Braves Radio Network.
You've heard of the law of gravity.
Start of the second half in the Peach Belt Conference opener between the Lander Bearcats and the UNC Pembroke Braves. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer. Halftime score is 31-26 in favor of Lander, but the Bearcats did shoot 56% from the field in that first half. We'll see if that is sustainable. Bearcats switch sides. They now go from left to right across the court. It's handled by Purdy, gets a screen. Braves extending that defensive pressure. On the far side, Fredemont. Now he drives with the right hand. Fall-away jump shot over Cordenbrock and gets the friendly roll. Switching sides didn't seem to hurt Lander as they got friendly rolls on the other side to start the game. Now starting the second half, much of the same. Cordenbrock with a wild pass going towards the backcourt, and this will be over and back if the Braves had touched it. Alex Bradley lets it go out of bounds anyway, and the Braves had 10 turnovers in the first half and played about 30 seconds in the second half. They pick up another turnover.
Yeah, not the way you want to start after Lander comes over and gets a quick 2 points. Definitely not the way you want to start a half.
Braves have only one timeout remaining, and Ben Miller will have to use it judiciously here in the second half. Handoff to Washington. Gets it to Elder at the top of the key. He holds and waits for the traffic to clear out. Handoff goes to Smith, turns the corner, finds a man in the left corner. It's Fredemont. Fredemont driving the lane. Fall-away jump shot over Mack. It's good. He's got that little floater fall-away down pat. And it's up to a 9-point Bearcat lead. They hit the first 2 buckets to start the second half. Bradley, pass to the left wing, Watts, now back to Bradley. Holding it very near the left sideline. Moves away from a Cordenbrock screen, now uses it. Pass goes back up top to Mack. Skips it to the right wing. Watts will hold, 14 to shoot. Trying to drive with the right hand. Step back, jump shot, might have gotten away with a push-off, knocks it down. Brandon Watts, and now there's some jawing back and forth between him and a couple Bearcat players.
Yeah, there's no need for that on the floor. You just need to stay quiet and play your game.
There was definitely some contact there on that step back by Brandon Watts, and they have called that before. And Watts needs to be careful with 2 fouls. Bearcats have the ball in the 7-point lead, 18:33 remaining. 3-point attempt on the way from Washington, nothing but net. J.R. Washington with a wide open look. That pushes the lead to 10.
Yeah, Watts took an elbow in the back of the head there by Washington too as he was coming by to get that ball.
Cordenbrock had it stripped, but he was fouled on the low block as he spun towards the middle, as he caught on the left block. Spun towards the middle, thought about that right-handed hook shot. Now Ben Miller quickly huddling his team up. This is not a timeout, and he's getting a quick word in with everybody on the floor. Officials don't like it when coaches do that. He was very animated there in that mini huddle.
Yeah, they let him get away with that, too. It's like a 15-second timeout.
Pass tipped away right into the scorer's table. Good hands by Purdy to keep Bradley from making that catch near midcourt. And nice hands there at the scorer's table to keep that from getting into the bleachers.
Yeah, better elbows, I think. I don't know if those were hands. I think those were elbows there by Jenna. Wow.
Shout out to the entire sports information department at UNC Pembroke.
Getting involved all the way around.
Some of the hardest working people in the Peach Belt Conference. Inbounds pass to Mack. He was going back back over the backcourt line and has to tip it off a Lander player. That was almost disastrous. Long pass now over to Bradley on the left wing. Back to Mack, a high pass. He goes upstairs to get it. Braves down 10 and really struggling here on offense. Mack up top, pass tipped. Bradley corrals with the left hand. Had it poked away, lost it. Lander gets the turnover. They're running. Here comes Fredemon. No look pass to the opposite wing. Wide open three for Washington off the front rim, no good. Cordenbrock sails in, grabs the rebound. Up ahead to Bradley. Off the far sideline come the Braves. Bradley between his legs lets the offense settle in. Finds Mack. Left wing three, no. He finds a more open three. Watts, left corner, bang. Brandon Watts with the knockdown, and it's the lead back down to 7. Great extra pass by Giovanni Mack, making the play. Hand off Smith. He gets rid of it. Here's Washington. Free throw line jump shot. Knocks it down with Bradley's hand right in his face. He might have even been fouled.
Fredemon and Washington both seem to really like that kind of coming across jump shot right there. Effective for Lander.
It's a bona fide jumper. Bradley, right wing three for the answer. No good. And the defensive rebound for Lander. Here comes Washington. He'll take it himself. Trying to go coast to coast. Takes it to the left corner. Spins away. Opens up some space. Doesn't pull the trigger. 17 minutes to play in this game. Elder in the lane. He gets fouled hard by Winford. Almost got the shot to roll in. And it will be Scott Elder at the free throw line, shooting 2.
Yeah, Braves looking out of sorts early here in this half. Some bad passes, hard time getting the ball inside on offense. The Braves just don't look like the Braves right now.
Yeah, it's been a solid start here to the second half for Lander. They're up by 9, 17:01 remaining in the ball game. Elder's first free throw is pure. Substitution coming on for the Braves. James Murray Boyles will replace somebody. Finally, Winford will leave the game. There's probably some miscommunication there. I don't think Brandon Winford wants to be out of the game right now. He just picked up his first foul, team's first. 1 foul each way now for each team. Second free throw for Elder, short off the front rim, and Murray Boyles showing off the quick reflexes to get his hands up and grab that ball. Leaves it for Mack. Double team, hinting at a double team by Lander. Back over to Mack at the top of the key. It never actually materializes. Bradley, Lander now sitting back in that 2-3 zone, daring the Braves to shoot from downtown. Mack fakes the pass. They finally get over to Watts. Quick pass to Murray Boyles. Double team comes, spins towards the middle. Left block shot, no good. Cordenbrock, the tip in, can't get it to go. Another tip in, no good. And a foul. It'll be 2 shots for the Braves. I think Tyler Cordenbrock was ultimately fouled there. Called on number 34, Sergio Smith.
Yeah, Lander defense solid, kind of forcing Bradley and Mack to play toss over there at the top of the court, and it's not effective. It's just not effective for the Braves, and you just passing back between the same 2 guys. Lander's starting to key in on it. And
first free throw, no good from Cordenbrock. Correction on that foul. It was not on Smith, it was on Elder. He picks up his 3rd, and that will send him to the bench. The 3rd leading rebounder in the Peach Belt Conference at almost 9 rebounds a game and over 1 block per game. He has 3 fouls. Cordenbrock does knock down the second free throw. It's back to a 9-point game. 41-32 with 16:35 remaining. Braves pick up full court defensively. Inbounds pass to Purdy. He crosses over, gets back towards the middle of the court as he was running out of real estate. Bradley still guarding him. Left-hand drive. He blows past Bradley, gets to the basket, fouled by Cordenbrock as he went up for the shot. And it will be Purdy at the line shooting 2. Tyler Cordenbrock picks up his first, team second.
yeah, not much you can do if you're Cordenbrock. He's such a big guy. Purdy not nearly as big. So much hard for Cordenbrock.
Well, that's on Alex Bradley. He failed to keep his man in front of him. Or no, the blame goes to Alex Bradley, not the foul.
Right, yeah.
First free throw on Purdy. Yeah, no, Alex Bradley, it was a nice crossover move by Purdy, but Bradley's a very good on-ball defender. It's rare to see that. And, he looks over to the bench and says, my bad. Purdy knocks down the pair. Lead back up to double digits. It's 11 for Lander. Running the lane. Mack gets the pass from Bradley, sends it back out to Watts. Watts tried to find Bradley in the left corner. Great steal defensively by Fredemon. He keeps it in play. Lander sends the skip pass to the far side. Bearcats playing with all the energy right now. It's Washington on the left wing. Back up top, Purdy. Attacking Watts. Fakes the shot, sends the pass back out top. Fredimon. Fall-away jump shot from the left baseline, no good. Bradley with the defensive effort, comes back in and gets the rebound too. Under 16 to go in the game. Bradley looking for Cordenbrock on the left block. That's a kicked ball. As the Lander player reached the foot out, there's no doubt about that. And that takes us to a timeout with the stoppage on the floor. We will take it as well. 43-32, the Lander lead with 15 minutes and change to go in this game. Braves looking for some answers on offense right now. They trail by 11, 15:51 to play in this game. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. Inbounds pass to Murray Boyles. Swings to Cordenbrock. Now Mack, now Bradley on the right wing. Under 20 to shoot. Back to Bradley, a deep three. Not this time. And he had a couple of those fall in the first half, but that is not a high percentage shot most of the time. Bearcats coming back quickly. Washington, and he gets called for the offensive foul. Mack slid and drew the charge about 20 feet from the basket. You don't see that call very often along the right sideline, but definitely the right call as he was pushing off.
Yeah.
So Bradley takes it back up for the Braves. It's still an 11-point game. 15:26 to play now. Mack up top, dribbling with the left hand, looking for Cordenbrock in the lane, can't get it to him. Bradley, right wing, back to Mack. Quick skip of the ball. Watts spins, gets to the basket, lays it in, around the rim and out. That's a tough break for the Braves. A very difficult layup, though, and Brandon Watts can make him. Bearcats with the ball once again. Fredimon up top. Crosses over. Lane opens up. Double pump in the lane. No good. Cordenbrock had the rebound taken away by Watts. Braves have the ball either way. 3-on-1 break. Bradley. Hesitation dribble on the left wing. Up top. Mack. 3-ball straight away. It's good. Giovanni Mack was hit as he shot that. They didn't call the foul. That could have been a 4-point play. He ended up on the hardwood.
Yeah, but nonetheless, 3 points there, and that Braves needed that desperately.
Couple subs heading to the score table for both teams on the next dead ball. 14:36 to play in this game. Braves down by 8. Mack guarding the ball handler. Purdy, who picks up his dribble. They get it to Washington. Washington splits a little bit of a double team. Hesitation move. Breaks the ankles of Mack. They get it back. No shot that time off the breakdown. 6 seconds to shoot now. Washington gets rid of it. Left corner three. Fredimon. Not this time. Rebound by the Braves. Cordenbrock gets it ahead to Bradley. Bradley crosses over to free some space. Takes it to the far sideline. Barking out instructions. A long pass. Mack tracks it down near midcourt. 18 to shoot. Watts on the left side. Crosses over. Gets baseline. Draws the foul. Shot. They could have called a continuation in goaltending there. But foul instead called on the floor.
Yeah. Obviously, if you're the Braves, you'd rather have the goaltending.
Yeah, play on, but instead they say the foul committed before Watts was able to get that underhand scoop layup to begin the process of shooting that. A couple subs come on for the Braves. 14 minutes exactly to go in this one. Jimmy Stady checks into the game, makes the catch in the left corner. He's out there with Mounts, Hinton, Mack, and Watts. Lander back in a 2-3 zone again. Mack on the far side. Back up top, Hinton. Now Mack. He looks at a deep three. Front rim no good. Defensive rebound by Lander. Gobbled up by Smith. Averages a couple of rebounds a game. Long three. Not this time Washington. Smith was held as he went up for that rebound. And he will draw the foul on Carson Mounts. Sergio Smith, a junior post from Bluefield State. Averages 4 rebounds a game and 4 points a game. one of the starters on that Lander team who doesn't really get in the scoring column much. He heads to the bench now. Lander inbounds, 13:37 to play in this game. In the left corner, King. Skip pass to the near side. It's another pass, baseline pass. Buffkin setting up his teammate, and it's a left corner 3 ball by Matthew McLean. Back up to an 11-point game again. Braves can't really seem to keep it back down under 10.
Yeah, this is one of those times when you really feel the missing Quamaine Rose out there, a guy who can so quickly turn momentum.
It's not just because he can score, it's because he averages 3 steals a game as well. Watts driving to the basket, draws the foul, puts the shot up, and can't get it to fall. But it will be Brandon Watts to the free throw line for 2 shots. Yeah, so many times in his UNCP career, not just this season, but throughout his very, very good UNCP career where he's scored over 1,000 points, Quamaine Rose would knock down a shot, steal the inbounds pass, and then get another bucket as well. It's one of the things he really specialized in.
He's just it's hard to describe, Quamaine Rose and his meaningfulness to this team, what he can do for a basketball team, and Braves really feeling it here, his absence.
Alex Bradley will return to the game, replaces Giovanni Mack. Watts missed the first free throw, rattles home the second. Watts, despite being a 41% shooter from the field, shooting just 46% from the free throw line this season. Most coaches will tell you that's unacceptable, even for a big guy. I mean, those are not good numbers. You want to be above 50% at least. Watts now guards the ball handler, Washington. McLean with the dribble at the top of the key. Back to Washington. Now Mounts comes out to guard him. Off a weird switch. Back to Washington. Now Bradley guards him on the left wing. Jab step, driving baseline. Pass to the corner. It's Buffkin. Mounts comes out on him. Back to the top of the key. 5 to shoot for Lander. They need to go. Getting a screen. King getting to the basket. Over Mounts. Couldn't get it to fall. Bradley with the rebound. Mounts was knocked to the floor. He gets back up. Braves don't have numbers. Bradley across midcourt. Dribbling with the left. Handoff goes to Watts. He's 5 feet behind the three-point arc. Calls for a screen, goes away from it. Now gets the screen from Stady to the free throw line. Kick out goes out Hinton. Up fake, free throw line jump shot off a double pump. Hinton can't get it to fall. Mounts tips the rebound up in the air. He gets it and has the shot blocked. Lander trying to run. They had a man out in front. Hinton goes up and under, and makes it fall. Too many Bearcats were out near midcourt, and Braves had essentially a 3-on-1 look there. King back the other way for Lander. It's an 8-point Lander lead with 12 minutes to play. Here's Washington, picked up by Watts. Now Buffkin, right wing, guarded by Bradley. 15 to shoot for Lander, under 12 to go. Stady now guards the ball handler. McLean comes out to make the catch. Crossover with the left hand. Ball goes to the left corner. Buffkin up fake, step back 3. It's good. Wow, what a move by junior guard Taylor Buffkin. Transferred into Lander from Brunswick Community College and just drilled a nasty step back 3 for his first bucket of the game. Lead back to 11 again. It's been hovering right around 11 this entire second half. Watts looking to the post. Mounts on the left block. Spins back towards the middle. Right-handed hook shot and gets the roll. That is Carson Mounts' move. Don't let him shoot the righty hook shot off the left block.
Yeah, it looked real good. It almost looked a little bit George Blakeney-esque back in the day. George Blakeney would do that one dribble and then move to that rim, and it was so hard to keep him from scoring.
That's some Braves history for you, ladies and gentlemen. Across the timeline, J.R. Washington, dribbling with the left hand, picked up by Watts. It's a 9-point Lander lead right now. Buffkin on the left wing. Struggled with that catch in front of his own bench. Now back to Gabriel. Handoff goes to King. A lot of bench players out there right now for Lander. They get it to their star player, Washington. Gets the switch. Mounts guards him. Drives into the lane with the left hand. They'll call the blocking foul on the ground. Banked in the shot high off the glass. Bench calling for that continuation call. Steve Roberts can dream on with that one. Officials have not been calling it like that. Foul called on Carson Mounts, his third, team's fourth. Timeout on the floor with 10:49 remaining in the game. Lander up 49-40, and we'll be right back. PBC opener for both the Braves and the Lander Bearcats, and it's been pretty much all Lander in this game. UNCP men's basketball playing without Quamaine Rose, out for the season with that leg injury. First game of the season for transfer Giovanni Mack, inserted into the starting lineup in his Braves debut. Off to a solid start, but the Braves down by 9 points with 10:49 to play in this one. Lander with the ball, they working around the perimeter from left to right. They get it to their star player Washington on the right wing. Guarded defensively by Wright. Hinton is out there. Braves in a 2-3 zone. Bradley and Watts playing the wings with Carson Mounts down low. Here's Tyree King trying to blow past his man, can't do it. Picks up his dribble at the right elbow. Down to 13 to shoot. Pass goes back out top Washington. Washington gets a screen from Gabriel. Lost the ball, dribbled it off his foot, out of bounds. Braves get the ball back.
Yeah, good defensive possession there by the Braves that time, taking them into the shot clock, getting into single digits there, forcing the turnover.
Carson Mounts goes to the bench. Brandon Winford checks back in. Braves going from right to left across the court. 10:24 remaining in this game. Braves down by 9. Looking for some buckets here. Watts had it intercepted, but trying to save it was Buckin, and Watts gets it back. Shot clock did reset. Braves have 25 to shoot. Watts, step-through move from the free throw line. It's a little bit short, tipped back up and in. I'm not sure what Braves player actually touched that. That might have been off of a Lander guy.
I think it was Watts, actually. I think Watts had his hand in there.
What a nice job there by Brandon Watts. Followed his own miss. And the sophomore guard pushes the lead back down to 7. Three-point attempt, Washington. He's fouled, and they call it on Watts, and he is not happy. A 3-shot foul. J.R. Washington immediately goes to check on his eyes, make sure he still has both of them. He got poked right either in the eye or right between the eyes, and that can be tough.
Yeah, that's Watts' third personal, too. He is definitely not happy right now, talking to the ref.
Watts leads the Braves with 10. Bradley has 8. Hinton also has 8. And Lander right now has their leading scorer at the line. J.R. Washington at 13 right now has 3 shots. Can't hit the first. He still has 2 more.
I like this look the Braves have on the floor right now, bringing in Wright and Winford right there with Watts, Hinton, and Bradley. Very fast lineup right there. And Winford so good off the glass.
Second free throw also no good for J.R. Washington. The 4th leading scorer in the Peach Belt Conference at 22 points a game. Shoots 50% from the field, 45% from deep, 70% from the line. 0 of 2 on this trip. He does have 1 more. I wonder if fatigue is a factor for him as well. He averages almost 37 minutes a game. Third free throw finally does get 1. And Lander has a 50-42 lead. Under 10 minutes to play. Clock ticks. 9:47 left. Watts breaks the timeline. Splits a couple defenders. Gets right to the basket. Trying to leave a pass. He was hit hard. Lander trying to step in and take the charge, but not too many bodies left as they were all up near midcourt. And they'll call the foul on Sergio Smith. His 3rd, team 6th, and now Lander just 1 more foul away from being in the penalty.
Yeah, Watts has done a real good job, too, drawing the foul and getting to the line tonight. That's what the Braves need here right now is them free points if they can get them.
Watts struggles at the free throw line, continues. He misses the first. They did call that a shooting foul. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought he was trying to, at the last second, leave that off for Winford. Instead, they will say he was in the act of shooting. So 2 free throws for Brandon Watts. He misses the first. He'll get 1 more. 46% free throw shooter on the season. Brandon Watts.
Looks like Sergio Smith checked back in here, too. McClain going to take a seat.
Yeah. Scott Elder re-enters the game as well. He has 3 fouls. So both of the bigs have 3 fouls. Missed both, and Elder gobbles up another rebound for Lander. Empty possession there for Brandon Watts, who shot 73% in his freshman year last year. He just can't seem to find the stroke from the free throw line so far this season. Washington guarded by Watts. Short corner 2. It's long. Rebound being tipped around. Winford controls it before he falls out of bounds. Nice job with box out Scott Elder. Here come the Braves again on offense. It's an 8-point game. 9:17 to play. Hinton. Pass to the far sideline. It's Watts. He holds it above his head. Back to Hinton. They zip it from right to left. Bradley with a nice up fake. More good passing. Hinton trying to split a double team. Back to Bradley. Deep 3 from the left side. Off the backboard. No good. Winford got the rebound and fouled as he went up. They'll call that foul on Smith. That's his 4th.
This would be a bit closer game. Had Brandon Watts been able to make some of his free throws, we'd be looking at a different game right now. And with Winford at the line, potentially looking at bringing about the tie here. But Watts struggling from the line. We'll see if Winford can have a little bit of success.
Brandon Winford shooting 76% from the charity stripe so far this year. He's got 2 of them right now. First free throw up and no good, and the struggles continue from the line for UNCP. They were 4 of their first 7, which doesn't sound that bad. That's just 3 misses, but now that's 3 misses in a row. Watts will come to the bench. Braves out there now with Hinton, Bradley, Wright, Mounts, and Winford. Second free throw for Winford, around them and out. 4 straight misses by the Braves. Wright sails in, tips the rebound out of bounds, and he last touched it. Leaving points on the floor right now in an 8-point game. 9 minutes, 4 seconds to go. Braves pick up full court defensively. Hate to see the Braves give up on this one. They're so close to turning the corner in this game. You can feel it. This crowd wants to go crazy. They haven't had reason to yet. Top of the key, Purdy, guarded by Hinton. Braves with 5 team fouls. Bearcats with 7. Hinton with the tight defense. Purdy blows past him. Gets to the block. Has to pick up his dribble. Kick out, goes back out. Buffkin with a nice up fake. Sends Bradley flying. Down to 8 to shoot. Braves recover. They get it back to Washington. He spins, trying to get past Bradley. Gets his hands in there. Knocks the ball loose. Down to 2 to shoot. Bradley with the steal.
Wow.
Alex
Wow.
Bradley will go uncontested up for the layup.
How about Bradley? He's over there on Buffkin, falls out of bounds, comes all the way back to guard Washington, then gets the steal right down the court and scores.
That's huge for the Braves. They've been shooting 42% from the field so far, but 36% from the free throw line. Here's Purdy, gets double teamed, sends it over to the left corner. It's McLean. Now to the right corner, Buffkin. Tight defense on him by Hinton. Step back 3 from the right corner. Front rim, no good. Bradley sails in for the rebound. It's a 6-point game, 8:06 to go in the ball game. Bradley takes it to the right wing. Long pass, finds Hinton. Buffkin guards him, trying to post up Mounts. They don't get it to him. Right on the left baseline, sailed in for a dunk. Looked like it got tipped away, but then last touch by Jihad Wright. He wanted a big posterizing dunk, and instead it goes out of bounds off the Braves.
I'll tell you what, if you want something to cheer for Alex Bradley's hustle. That is absolutely something to cheer for.
Well, he will get a quick breather right now. A timeout on the floor with 7:54 remaining. UNCP trailing 50-44, and we'll be right back on the Braves Radio Network. Alex Bradley leading the Braves with 10 points. They need some scoring from somewhere else. They trail Lander 50-44, 7:44 to play in the ballgame. Braves picking up full court defensively. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Radio Network. BBC opener for both teams. Bradley guards the ball handler. It's Fredemon. Gets rid of it, finds Purdy, dribbling with his right hand. Watts guards him to the right wing. Washington kind of posting up on that catch. He's about 30 feet from the basket. Up top, Elder. And just some quick passes here from Lander. Now driving with the left hand, Fredemon. He has Mounts on him. This is a mismatch. Down to 10 to shoot. Trying to drive with the left. Swatted out of bounds by Carson Mounts. You can't blow past the big man and then try the floater. That's not going to work.
Wow. You called the mismatch, and you were right. He went right by him, but Mounts' arms at 6'10". You know, we thought Elder had some noodles. I'll tell you what, Mounts' arms are a little bit longer.
Long inbounds pass to McLean. He lowers the shoulders, tries a fall-away layup. No good. Rebound bouncing around. Watts gets his hands on it and pulls it away from Scott Elder. Braves get the ball back. Down by 6, 7:20 to play. Bradley on the right wing. A couple dribble moves. Throws it between his legs, gets towards the basket. Floater is good. Alex Bradley, and they'll call the offensive foul. No way. Alex Bradley can't believe it. That was a very late whistle as he jumped through a double team, and apparently somebody was in there and had their feet set.
Ben Miller can't believe it. Alex Bradley can't believe it. Ben Miller, neither can the crowd. I'll tell you what, I'm not so sure about that call.
Offensive foul on Alex Bradley, his third. Braves still down by 6. Bradley that's just the first on Alex Bradley. It's Brandon Watts who has 3, and doesn't count as a team foul against the Braves. Purdy takes it with his left hand to the left wing. McLean holding, guarded by Winford. Up top to Elder. Oh, he almost got away with the travel there. Very close. He hands it off to Purdy. Watts guards him, down to 10 to shoot. Elder sets the screen. Purdy blowing towards the basket, and he will draw the foul. Look like they will hit Jihad right for a reach-in. No, Carson Mounts slapped the arm as he went for the block. 4th foul on Carson Mounts. We'll see if they leave the freshman in there. Foul called on the floor, so no free throws here for Lander. 6th team foul on the Braves. Now here Carson Mounts will get the hook. James Murray Boyles replaces him. Braves going a little bit smaller. Let's see how they're able to handle big man Scott Elder for Lander. Pass going to the right wing, Washington. They work it around the perimeter from right to left. Up fake by Purdy, back up top. 3-point attempt, Fredemont straight away. Short, no good. Watts gobbles up another rebound. He will take it himself, up the court, up the middle of the floor. Pass with the right hand, looking to the right block. Winford shrugs off some contact. Fall away jump shot, high off the glass, no good. Rebound, tipped around, still loose. Who's going to come away with it? It's Lander. And Purdy, he goes right to the basket. Blocked from behind. What a play by Watts. Holy cow. Here come the Braves. Winford to the basket, leaves a pass for Wright towards the middle. He gets fouled as he went up. Jihad Wright will get to the free throw line, but Brandon Watts bringing the crowd to their feet, and now a technical foul called on Ben Miller.
Just when you think you have some points, no. Brandon Watts. That is the Brandon Watts from his freshman year. He did that so often. What a play by Brandon Watts to make sure that this game stays close.
And now the officials talking something over. Alex Bradley has to restrain Ben Miller, who was about 4 feet onto the court. Both teams heading over to the sidelines right now, and we'll figure out exactly what the call is. They did whistle a technical on Ben Miller, and there was also a foul during the action that would allow the Braves to shoot free throws. Officials go to the scorer's table as they sort all of this out. Tell you what we can tell you right now. 6:19 remaining in this game. Lander has 50, UNCP 44. The Braves will definitely be shooting free throws. They definitely called a foul. Now, whether or not that technical foul holds up and what it means for the Braves moving forward, we'll have to just see. Jihad Wright will shoot free throws. But first, I think Lander will shoot the technical free throws first. And then Jihad Wright will get to shoot his free throw. And because it happened in a dead ball situation, I don't think they can award Lander possession. Free throw up and no good by Rahu Purdy as the fans were trying to make some noise to A, voice their displeasure about that technical foul, and B, obviously distract the free throw shooter. Purdy has one more. An 83% free throw shooter on the season. His second attempt is good. Lander up by 7. It's 51-44. Now Jihad Wright will shoot his free throws, and they'll move Lander and UNCP in position for the rebound. Now, you would think that in a technical foul situation, they should actually move everybody out and then automatically award the ball to Lander regardless of what happens on the free throws. But I think they say because it was a dead ball, that's not the case. Interesting. If Jihad Wright makes both free throws, which he should, it's not going to matter. But free throws have been an adventure for the Braves today. First free throw is good.
Absolutely been an adventure for the Braves today. Up until that shot right there, shooting just 36% from the line. Absolutely dismal performance, but somehow they're still in this game. Spirited basketball to this point by the Braves here as of late.
Knocking down both free throws. Braves still under 50% from the charity stripe. They're now 6 of 13 as a team after Jihad Wright drills a pair. 5-point Lander lead. 6:12 to play. Braves looking for the comeback. Here's Fredemont. Now Purdy. Right elbow. Picked up his dribble. Watts guards him tightly. Lobs it back out. Fredemont chases it down. 10 to shoot. Gets a screen from Elder to the left corner. Up fake, McLean, kick out, top of the key, 3-ball, Purdy. It's good, Rahu Purdy. Wow. That's a big shot there to stem the tide and keep momentum firmly on the side of the Lander Bearcats. Bradley the dribble near midcourt. It's an 8-point game once again. It was hovering as high as 11 for much of the second half. Couple dribbles. Lander in that zone, now zips a pass back out. Elbow jump shot. Not this time for Winford, and the defensive rebound controlled by Lander. Murray Boyles needs to be careful and not pick up that foul, which would put Lander on the free throw line. Both teams in the bonus right now. 18 fouls on the Bearcats, 7 on the Braves. 5:20 to play. Good crossover by Purdy. High dribble, and the layup no good Washington, but he was fouled. What a nice back cut. And another late whistle. Ben Miller wanting the something other than that foul call. I suppose he wanted to say that the shot was blocked.
Yeah, and he's absolutely frustrated down there, and you can't blame him. His team really trying to get back in this game, and nothing going the Braves' way right now.
Foul called on Winford, his second, team's 8th. So now 18 fouls each way. At the line, shooting 2, J.R. Washington. He drains the first free throw. It's now a 9-point game. You don't want to get in a situation where it's double digits inside that last media timeout. That's really bad news. 5:17 to go. The Braves need to chip away at this very soon. One more free throw here for Washington. Gets the kind roll off the front rim and down. 56-46 now. Lander 10-point lead. It's Washington, the game's leading scorer. He's got 16. Watts gets double teamed. They'll call the blocking foul on Washington as the double team came. And Washington picking up a pretty cheap foul there near midcourt, but percentage-wise, that's not a bad foul to foul Brandon Watts.
No, Watts really needs to make these. Like you said, he's really been struggling this season and this game alone, and free throws really the story right now, or becoming the story for this game.
1 of 4 from the line so far today, Brandon Watts, and he gets a very nice roll on that free throw as it rattles home. And he'll get one more. 56-47 is the Lander lead. Watts now the Braves' leading scorer. He's got 11. Bradley's got 10. Second free throw for Brandon Watts is much more pure. Nothing but net on that one. He drills both. 56-48. Lander with the basketball. Braves picking up full court. It's just Bradley guarding the ball handler, Purdy. He reaches in for a little jab at the ball and then backs away. Now Watts will guard the ball. Good screen, splitting a double team. Pass fake. Pass tipped out of bounds. Lander maintains possession. Nifty dribble moves by Rahu Purdy, freshman out of White Oak, North Carolina. He is really a wizard with the basketball.
Yeah, and for being a freshman, he's showing a lot of poise on the court down there.
Deep pass goes all the way back near midcourt. Tracked down by McLean. He zips a no-look pass to Fredemon. Watts guards him. Now Purdy at the top of the key. 8 to shoot. Lander's got to go. Washington on the far side. Gets a screen from Elder. Throws it behind his back. Gets another screen. Steps into an 18-footer. Off the rim, no good. Offensive rebound. Fall away. Put back is good. Matthew McLean with a big back-breaking second chance bucket. Bradley with the ball for the Braves now. McLean up to double figures. He's got 11. 3 Bearcats on the floor right now with 10 or more points. Bradley on the far side. He tries a deep 3. It's good.
Wow.
Alex Bradley from right in front of the Braves bench.
Wow, nice dribble, sidestep. I mean, absolute confidence by Alex Bradley.
58-41 with 4:13 to go. Braves need another stop right now. Washington's got some room to operate. He pulls it back out. Purdy. Bradley will guard him. 4:05 to go in the ball game. 17 to shoot for the Bearcats. Purdy sends it back up top to McLean. Looking to post up. They can't get it inside to Elder. Right wing. Down to 10 to shoot. Washington up near midcourt. Watts guards him. Spins away. Now driving with the right hand. Lost the ball. Turns it over. Wright with the steal. In transition. Jihad Wright crosses over. Finds Murray Boyle. Steps back. Corner 3. James Murray Boyles around the rim. No good. Wright tips it back up and in. Jihad Wright making the plays.
Yes. Jihad Wright looking real good right there for the Braves, and I'm surprised to see Boyle take that shot.
He likes it. He likes that corner 3. He doesn't take a lot of threes, but that is the 1 3 he will take. Jihad Wright, fifth-year senior, transferred to UNCP from Campbell, and now it's just a 5-point game. Driving the lane, Fredemon, fall-away layup. That's a tough, no-angle shot. Offensive rebound, Elder. He puts it back up and in. That ball didn't hit the rim, so he only had 12 on the shot clock. As Scott Elder cleaning the offensive glass for Lander. He now has 8. 3:08 to play. We still have the under 4 media timeout to go. Bradley on the left wing gets a screen from Winford. 3-point attempt from the top of the key off the front rim. No good. Strong rebound in traffic by McLean. A couple Braves tried to tip it away. He maintains possession. Braves sagging back off. Lander wants to run. They send it up the court. Fredemon chases it down in the corner. Up top, Purdy. Watts will extend the pressure on him. Elder with a strong screen. Ball tipped away. Winford got a piece of it. It goes out of bounds into the Lander bench. And that will take us to that last media timeout. 2:45 to play. Lander with a 7-point lead, but the Braves are threatening. Don't go anywhere. This is a good finish coming up on the Braves Radio Network. Lander has a 7-point lead, 2:45 to go. The home stretch of this game, the Peach Belt Conference opener for the Braves and the Lander Bearcats. With Shane Irons, I'm Cameron Songer. Lander not projected to be that good in the Peach Belt Conference. They had a nice showing in the early non-conference portion of their schedule, but picked to finish 12th out of 14 teams in the league. Braves were the Peach Belt Conference favorites, obviously playing without Quamaine Rose with that leg injury. He's out for the rest of the season. The Braves looking for someone else to replace him, as that injury happened just over a week ago in the game against Fayetteville State. The Braves' last win ended up being a 5-game winning streak. It was snapped on Tuesday against Wingate. We're going once again. Lander passing it around the perimeter. It's intercepted, stolen by Jihad Wright, and he's fouled from behind by J.R. Washington. That'll be his third. It puts Jihad Wright at the free throw line.
Those are the kind of plays the Braves are going to need right there. Those kind of just athletic desperation trying to get in their plays. And those coming from Alex Bradley and Wright right now.
Two of the more experienced players on the UNCP team. Jihad Wright, fifth-year senior at the line, shooting 2 shots. That was the 10th team foul on Lander. Nothing but net on the first free throw for Jihad Wright. 2:39 to go. It's a 6-point Braves lead. One more free throw for Wright. He takes it quickly, and it's around the rim and out. Rebounded by Lander. J.R. Washington sails in for it. Hand off to Purdy, freshman point guard, running the show for the Bearcats. Watts trying to reach and get the steal, doesn't do it. Elder up top. Mounts sags off of him defensively. Now they get it back to Purdy. 13 to shoot. Trying to turn the corner. Gets the switch. Mounts guards him now. Up top, they find the man. Left corner, 3-point attempt. Washington. Not this time. Bradley with the defensive rebound for the Braves. 2:10 to go. Bradley pushing it up the floor. From the left sideline to the right sideline. Watts nearly lost it on the dribble handoff. Now Watts with the strong crossover. Back towards the middle. Kick out, and Watts was fouled. He got tripped up by Rahu Purdy. And that'll be a foul on Lander, the second on the Bearcats point guard. And another double bonus situation now for UNC Pembroke.
He made his last 2. He'll need to make this 2. It'll be a 4-point ball game with just 2 minutes left. Should he make these 2, which puts the Braves in a nice spot. I mean,
you know, they were trailing by as many as 11 for much of this second half. First free throw for Watts crawls over the front rim and in.
He'll take it.
He will take it.
He'll take it.
In the box score, it goes down as a made free throw. 60-55. UNCP trying to make the comeback. Second free throw for Watts also rattles home. 60-56. Brandon Watts and Alex Bradley fighting for who's going to be the Braves' leading scorer in this one. Watts has 14. Bradley has 13. It's a 4-point game. There's under 2 minutes to play. Purdy guarded by Watts. On the right wing, it's held by J.R. Washington. 4th leading scorer in the conference. Now Elder at the top of the key. Purdy. Now Fredemont. Everybody getting a touch for Lander. In the left corner, it's McLean. Long pass. Purdy has to track it down. Down to 8 to shoot. Gets a screen. Nice strong screen. Step back, and he lost his footing. He tripped and fell in the back corner, and the UNCP fans letting him hear about it.
Yeah, wow. He was trying to get that step back jumper there with the clock ticking down, and he's just a little fast for his own good.
Well, Bradley got blown up on that very strong screen by Scott Elder. A nice defense by Brandon Watts to recover. Now they're looking to double team Bradley. Now Bradley slips and falls, gets his dribble back. Gets it to Wright, now back to Bradley. Over to Watts on the far side. Watts, crossover, step back 3 from the right wing. It's good! Brandon Watts for 3, and it's a 1-point game.
Clutch shot for Watts right there. Wow, absolutely great.
1-point ball game, 60-59, a minute 10 seconds left. Driving into the lane, what an extra pass, what a block from behind by Wright. Wright blocked the Elder attempt after the pass by Fredemont, and now a foul on the fight for the loose ball.
Yeah, they got Alex Bradley, I think.
It'll be Bradley's second, team's 9th, so it's just 1-1 here for Lander. This could be huge. A minute and 5 seconds left. And just the 9th team foul. Substitution coming on for the Bearcats. Sergio Smith will replace Matthew McLean. Looks like we'll have the starters for both teams out there, with the exception of Jihad Wright out there instead of Tyler Kortenbrock for the Braves. Giovanni Mack also on the bench for the Braves. Carson Mounts running the center spot for UNCP. First free throw is pure for J.R. Washington. He's one of the top scorers in the Peach Belt Conference, and cold-blooded free throw right there to knock it down, push the lead to 2. He's got one more. And it's good. He becomes the game's leading scorer with 18. Lander wants a timeout. Timeout taken by Steve Roberts, and that is the first called timeout of the second half. It comes with a minute and 5 seconds left, so it's a full media timeout. We will step aside as well. You definitely don't want to go anywhere. A minute and 5 seconds left. It's a 3-point game. Braves down, but they have the ball when we come back. Here we go. A minute and 5 seconds to play. Lander up 62-59. Braves have the ball, but they need to go the length of the floor. Lander showing a full court pressure look. Bradley gives it back off to Jihad Wright. Now back to Bradley. He breaks the timeline with 4 seconds to spare. Bradley crosses back over to Wright, back to Bradley. Now Watts, open in the left corner, thought about a three, sends it back to Bradley. Deep three for the tie, not this time. Rebound, controlled by the Bearcats. They look ahead in transition. It's Fredimon. And he sends it back to Purdy, nearly stolen. Winford shot the passing lane, almost got a piece of it. Lander will hold. About a 20-second difference between the shot and game clock. 35 to play, 15 on the shot clock. Purdy lobs a pass over to Washington. Braves not going to foul here. They're down by 3. Lander driving with the left. Washington steps up. Fall away jump shot. Not this time. Defensive rebound by the Braves. Winford gets the rebound. Gets it to Bradley. They need to push it across the timeline. And now Ben Miller wants to use that last timeout.
That one you were talking about.
That's the timeout he's been saving. He used 3 of them in the first half and saved that last one just in case the Braves needed it. He could have used it a couple different times over the course of this second half when the run was getting bad. He let them play. He knew it was going to be close. Now the Braves out of timeouts. 16 seconds left, Shane. Braves trailing by 3. This is the classic situation. Do you shoot the 3 or do you try to get the quick 2?
I think you shoot the 3 in this one. Now, my question for you is who do you want to shoot the 3 if you shoot it?
First of all, I don't think you shoot the 3. I think this is a situation where the defense is going to more or less give you a pretty good look at the rim on the layup because they want so badly to run you off the 3-point line. And then the other flip side of that is, at what point on the clock does Lander think about giving the foul, knowing that the Braves can only, the best they could do on that kind of possession is shoot 2 shots. In other words, if the Braves are dragging their feet and Brandon Watts is holding the ball, a guy who's shooting about 50% from the line this season, do you just foul him? And does that mean the Braves need to take him out? There's so much strategy that needs to go into this. I think you need to leave Brandon Watts in the game because the chance of there being that foul is so small, and also you trust him to ultimately bring that free throw percentage up over the course of the next couple games this season. Let's see who the Braves break the huddle with. It's Watts, Bradley, Mack, Winford, and Mounts. They're going big. I think this is a sign they want to get the quick 2.
We haven't seen Mack on the floor for a while. Interesting choice here to go with Mack.
He's been sitting right next to Ben Miller this entire time. To Bradley on the left wing. Winford sets the screen. Up to the top of the key. Tight defense on him. And now they need to go. 8 seconds. He takes it to the top of the key. They're thinking about a 3 now. They have the switch. Smith guards him. Mounts at the screen. Deep 3 for Bradley for the tie. It's around the rim and no good. Lander with the rebound, and the horn expires. That shot hit every part of the rim. The clock hit 0. They blew the whistle saying there was a foul. And now they'll just say whether or not there was a foul or what. Ben Miller is charged onto the court talking to the officials. I think Bradley was hit on the shot. Now the officials going to the scorer's table. They've handed the ball to the game management people, which usually means the game is over. Now Brandon Watts coming over to the scorer's table. Officials talking this over. They can't retroactively call the foul. This game is for all intents and purposes over. And there it is. The officials walking off the floor, and that's how this game will end. 62-59. The Braves held for the last shot. Alex Bradley got a pretty clean look. He was knocked down to the floor. I'm not sure. I didn't see if he was actually hit or if he reacted to that shot being missed, and that's why he ended up on the floor. Braves drop a heartbreaker to open PBC play, 62-59. Shane, so much to talk about there. We don't have that much time to wrap this up. What do you think of that last possession?
Honestly, and I'm not trying to sound like, I know everything. That's how I would have done it. I would have had Alex Bradley take that shot. I think that was what you wanted. I mean, heartbreaker, it rolled out the rim, but I mean, the story of this game is missed free throws. I mean, if you don't miss some of those free throws early on, this is a different ball game, some turnovers there. But, I mean, I think it just came a little too late for the Braves. They got that fire, they got that passion, that push, just a little too late.
Yeah, the Braves will have a little bit of time to regroup and think about their next game. They have a week until they play again. They will take on Mount Olive a week from today. You can catch that right here on the Braves Radio Network as well as on our YouTube stream. Final score here, UNCP falls to Lander in the conference opener for both teams, 62-59. Lander improves to 7-2 on the season, and they go to 1-0 in the Peach Belt. UNC Pembroke drops consecutive games. They fall to 5-3 and 0-1 in the Peach Belt Conference. That will wrap up a very long day of basketball for us on Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. Thank you so much for everyone who listened, whatever part of the broadcast you listened to, especially there, the home stretch of the men's game. A very exciting basketball. It just unfortunately didn't go the Braves' way here today. For my broadcast partner, Shane Irons, and our producer, Brian Williams, and our producer of the video stream, Elka Grutos, our entire crew for their work all semester, this is Cameron Songer saying thanks for listening and have a great night.